I'm a gun-toting patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free General Flint out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Tell Justice Smollett that I know this MAGA country. Tell China we know they.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to say a quick hello to everybody, and then we're going to go straight into our special guests. Hello to John Marciano, Becky, Shaq, Thrifty, Tad, hello. I hope my cousin King Tony is in the chat. Hopefully she's here. But I want to introduce, Jackie. Hi, Jackie. This chat's going to be interesting. Yeah. Before we get into that, I'm going to bring up my special guest. He was a part of The Big Picture. He also founded Watching Watchtower. And here he goes. Diasiss, hello.
Going on?
I am so glad that you are here. I've been trying to get in contact. Well, people suggested for me to get in contact with you. And then you did a live about politics and everybody shared it to me. They're like, you need to get this guy. And I was like, awesome. I will get him.
I just couldn't resist after this last election. What can I say?
Yeah, exactly. So I do want you to walk me through that. Before we do, I did put a link. So if anybody wants to enter the stage, you can watch backstage. I see you, Tad, but I'm going to let Diasiss talk for about 30 minutes before we will bring other people up to the stage so that you can actually get a chance to, give your political side and your stances and things like that. So I'm glad you mentioned that this past election, 2024, right?
Right.
That just passed. Okay. So this election motivated you. And for anybody watching, Diasiss is obviously XJW. So really quickly, how long have you been in XJW? And then walk me through your motivation.
Yeah, sure. So I got disfellowshipped in 2014. But even then, I was trying to come back into the truth, quote unquote, up until about the time of 2018. So 2018, I wrote my second letter of reinstatement. And I was denied at the time because I had facial hair. Now, at the time, I was married. I wasn't living in any way that would be deemed unscriptural. But even then, the Judicial Committee said, well, we read your letter of reinstatement, and unfortunately, we're going to have to deny your request again because, it just seems to us that you're still kind of not doing things Jehovah's way and reaching for the world, by having facial hair. And so I went home that night and I told my wife at the time, I said, something isn't right. I said, I hate to say it, but this is really feeling like man's law. And it doesn't feel like it has anything to do with a perfect God or creator in heaven. And that kind of led me down the rabbit hole in 2018 of just becoming full-blown apostate. And I started doing my own videos and, trying to teach people what I knew and trying to help wake people up. And I created Watching Watchtower. And yeah, just went from there.
Okay, yeah. So then you also collaborated with John and Jimmy Bell. That's how I know you from.
Yeah.
And so you guys all starred in The Big Picture. So what was, at the time, like what was the motivation for that and to expose Watchtower, but you guys were a group of friends at the time making videos together. And that was your, apostasy because you were like making videos and speaking out. Like how did that happen?
So I live in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and Jimmy lives in the Greensboro area, Liberty area. So he's about an hour away. And when I started doing my videos, he was just now starting to wake up. And, you know, he liked a lot of my videos, and he said, okay, hey, you know, got to talk to you, man. Let's talk. And, you know, we started discussing a lot of things that we were seeing wrong with the organization. And he woke up a little bit after me, I'd say just after me. And he knew John, you know, XJW Analyzer, and they were going to a pretty decent sized XJW meetup in this area. And so we all met and we all collaborated. And, you know, we kind of decided, wow, you know, we're both very strong about organizing movements, you know, against the Jehovah's Witnesses, and wanting to expose Watchtower, expose things that we deem corrupted about the world and about social media and the media itself. And so originally, you know, before the big picture was a thing, it was actually the round table. So me, John,
That's
and
right. I'm sorry. It was the
yeah,
round table. I'm sorry.
no, it's all good. But yeah, so we formed the round table. And so watching Watchtower was my idea and my creation. But Jimmy really was instrumental in reaching out to me, and also getting me and John together, because that's something that, you know, to Jimmy's credit, he is good at, which is organizing people and getting people together. And so he got us together, and he had the idea that we should all start a show on our own. And he called, I think it was actually Jimmy that coined it and everything. He called it the round table. So, you know, between me having Watching Watchtower, him starting the round table, getting us together, and then eventually creating the big picture, and then John having XJW Analyzer, we were just like this big three.
Right. Yeah, very powerful and influential, because that's how I got to know you guys. And then you guys did your own things, and I'm glad that you are still, you know, despite the show not happening anymore and despite other things, it doesn't exist anymore, but at least we still have all of you guys individually making content and continuing to put your voice out there. I remember you were also like on Twitter, so I'm not sure, where are you still active, and what are you doing now?
Right. So I am on Twitter, but I'm not really active on that. I have had the most success personally with Facebook, my Watching Watchtower group on there, and YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, because I found your channel on YouTube when everybody was sharing your live with me. And I
Right.
even saw them in the comments saying, oh, you might want to talk to Ruby Quinn, because she, you know, I do politics as well. I love it. And I'm always looking for other XJWs that are brave enough to do what I'm doing. And if they can't do it alone or on their own channel, then come here and do it. You know, like, I want to create the space to talk about politics. So now that we got your intro in, you've been out for a while now. All of a sudden, you come out with a live and you start getting really political, giving all of your stances in a nutshell. So I want to unpack that a little bit. You said that you actually probably intend on running or creating your own party. So give me your ideas about that.
Yeah. This, you know, I've always wanted to change things. I always wanted to play some kind of hand in turning things around and making an impact in society and being a leader of sorts. And so, you know, I did that in the XJW community, and, you know, stayed neutral in the realm of politics. You know, I wouldn't even say neutral. I would say more anarchist, because I have a very strong distrust of government on a higher level. And, you know, frankly, I think we all should. You know, it's very bureaucratic, and a lot of these politicians are paid off, and, you know, they're doing a lot of shady things, and there's a lot of dishonesty flying around, regardless of whatever side you want to take there. I think we can all agree there that there's a lot of people in office that cannot and should not be trusted. So this election, a lot of people were telling me to vote. everybody is just jumping on my ass like they did 4 years ago, where they're like, hey, you need to go vote. And, if you don't vote, then you're part of the problem. And, you got no right to complain and all this other stuff. And, I told them the same thing I always told them. I said, I don't trust these people. I said, I don't really think that there's someone that's for the people that's going to be running for office. And if they do, they're going to be dead, because the people that control the whole, movement there are probably not the type of people who are working in the best interest of the common people. And so at that point, I thought to myself, I don't want to vote for any of these people because I don't trust them and because I don't like them, because I think they're fake. And even if they can be trusted, the people around them that are helping them run things cannot be trusted. And so I just said to myself, you know what? What the hell? I want to form my own political party. So yes, I am interested in forming my own political party and running for office. I don't know how to do it. I actually could use some tips from the community if somebody knows how to do that. But yes, I want to run for office and I want to create my own party.
Wow, I love that. I love that you're so like confident in that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I talk about politics because I'm passionate about it. I love it. Like I love to talk about it.
Right.
But I would never say that I would run for office. Like, I don't think I can do it. But I'm glad that there are still people like you that are like, yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. Like our generation can make change.
Well, my mom pissed me off the other day, with the election about a month, what was it, month and a half ago now. She was, she's a very staunch Republican. She's a Zionist, and she is very hardcore into politics, big Trump supporter. And, personally, I like Trump more than I like Kamala. I just think he's, pardon my French, I think he's less full of shit. Plus, we're the same Myers-Briggs personality type. Apparently, he types as an ESTP. I'm also an ESTP, which is cool. So I find him relatable. But, she told me, and man, I'm telling you, like, she just got me riled up. She was like, well, if you don't go vote, you got no right to bitch about it. And I was like, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
While we were hot on it, I said, you know what? Maybe I'll just run for office. And she's like, what? Oh, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, as a matter of fact, I am serious, Mom. I'm going to create my political party since I'm into this stuff, and I'm going to run for office. How about that? And she's like, oh my God, that's just crazy. I'm like, well, you know what? Maybe it is.
Right. It is. No, I would agree with you. That it's such a big step. You know what I mean? Like you're going to be in the spotlight. You have to answer for certain stances. You have to try. I mean, not please people, but it's like you have to be at least likable that you can like get somebody's vote. You know what I'm saying? So you got to really put yourself out there, which is why I don't think I can do it, because you know how many people don't like ever since I became political. I got haters everywhere. People that I've never met before. You know what I'm saying? Like talking about me behind my back, or even online. And it created such a wave in the community that my name is in their mouth. And I've had those interactions before, and it was uncomfortable. I didn't like it. But at the same time, you do have to defend yourself and what you believe in, and be convicted in something. Like I felt like we weren't allowed to do that back then. So why in the world would you think I would hold back now with my freedom? And I'm educating myself. I'm doing the research. I'm actually honest with my opinions. You know what I mean? Like I don't care about what people think about me anymore. So I don't think I would be too likable if I were to run. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm glad it's actually on your mind though. You know what I mean? Like you sound motivated, and you in your life, you were serious. Like you sounded serious. Like I believed you when you said it. I want to do my own party, and I might even run myself. But I wanted to ask you, aren't there so many third, fourth, fifth parties already that exist? So like if you were to start your own party, what would it look like?
Well, me personally, the main thing that made me want to start my own political party is the extreme liberalism. So, in the beginning, around what was it, 2019, 2020, I was a lot more liberal then than I am now. But, watching the disaster that is Antifa and the extreme liberals and the extreme, BLM supporters trashing their own city and their own communities, in this emotional rage. It just pissed me off so bad that I said to myself, there needs to be some kind of regulation against this. And we now live in a society where the police are afraid to even enforce the law. You see these liberals, and granted, this isn't all liberals, but they are the ones who will fight with emotions. They are the ones who will cancel you, instead of just say they don't like you and disagree with you like a lot of the conservatives will. No, they will block you, try to cancel you, badmouth you. I mean, they really will get radical about this. And I think that something needs to be done. So a lot of, my ideals that I might turn into policies or, however that works, because I'm still learning myself, would be to create stronger communities. And the way that I think that that should be done would be neighborhood watches, good old fashioned neighborhood watch. I'm even for militias, as crazy as that sounds, like the old school colonial days. And
Right.
I know it sounds extreme and radical, and that probably is some of the more radical stuff that I believe, but um, they're the reason that we have our freedom.
Right.
They did not allow our freedoms to be infringed on. And I feel like with the extremists that get emotional, that, turn a protest into a riot by marching
Right.
up the street, Molotov cocktailing businesses, yanking people out of their cars and
Mm-hmm.
beating them, sometimes even murdering them, needs to be stopped. And I think that we need to get a grip back on our country.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Okay. I mean, I really wouldn't say that that's extreme in my opinion, because I mean, in some states, it does exist already. You know what I'm saying? Like in some states that already is a thing. That's why I wanted to ask you, because maybe even if you, let's say you join a party that is very similar to yours, like I said, third party. Because like I say all the time, I'm Republican on paper, but I'm really a constitutionalist, because those ideals better match, like I identify with that a little bit more. And they consider that a little bit more far right, but in my opinion, it's not that far. Like you said, law and order, militia type things. That's
That's
all already constitutional. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not. We're not saying something totally outrageous.
No, I don't think we are, especially given the times that we're living in. Absolutely not. To answer what you said at the onset,
Mhm.
um, as far as I guess you could say the diverging of these political parties, from blue versus red or Republican versus Democrat. Um, yeah, yeah, it would create diversity. Multiple parties would create more diversity, and I really honestly don't know, how good or bad that would be. But I know that it seems the case that for many people, simply being Democrat or being Republican just does not work for their mold.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if
They
you
feel like
remember,
middle of those.
yeah, and I woke up to that when Kyle Rittenhouse went through what he went through, and then he was acquitted for what he was a part of because he was militia. But
Right, right.
um, right, so that's kind of what woke me up.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that makes me want to create my own political party because I mean, I see him as a hero. And I know that's very controversial and I know that that pisses a lot of people off, but I think that if people really looked into that situation, he went to go protect businesses. In fact, if I remember correctly, he was defending a black-owned business. So, with this whole racism thing, that's just not part of the equation here. This is not about racism. This is about extreme liberalism versus trying to maintain some type of law and order. Because the people that were trying to kill Kyle were criminals. I mean, they
Exactly.
just is what it is. I mean, you know, that's not to say that maybe there were not some prejudices there. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But the facts are still the facts. And I think people forget about that.
Yeah, and they smeared him.
Yeah, they,
Like it was crazy during that time. And if you would defend somebody like a Kyle Rittenhouse, or even like I'm going to talk about later in more detail, Daniel Penny, which was, I don't know if you know that story, in New York City, he took down a threat, but because Daniel was white and the threatening person was black, they made it into a race issue and didn't even talk about the reason why Daniel Penny did what he did. And they wanted to charge him with manslaughter or even worse than that because he stepped in a horrible situation. So it's like you can't even like help somebody else in public without the risk of getting arrested and you go to jail because you intervened. That's
yeah,
crazy.
it is. It is. And I think that they do that in an effort to try to just discourage guns altogether. And the media tries so hard to divide us. They try so hard to turn everything into a race thing. And you know what? Sometimes it is. But I think that there's a big difference between being prejudiced and being racist. You know, those are two different things.
Yeah, exactly. Because they tried to take those words and it's now it's a buzzword. It doesn't mean anything because they've used it so much for what is not intended, with like the real definition. That to me, the word racism doesn't mean anything anymore because they've just dragged that word so much.
Yeah. It's
Yeah. So, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, it's just I was agreeing with you. It's extremism.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. But like I told you before, if you think you're extreme because you said, "Oh, it might be controversial," if you like, I tell my followers all the time, if you saw my X page, you would think I'm too far gone. You know what I mean? Like people think that I'm crazy on YouTube. Imagine on X where there's more freedom of speech. So,
Nice.
in my opinion, you are a moderate because my political stance is that I really can't, dive into because I'll probably get banned and
Yeah.
I'll get on a strike. So I don't really go into it. But to me, you're a normal guy with normal values who believes in normal things that already exist in our constitution and are already protected by the constitution. It's the people who feel as if we need the government to protect us and to feed us and to house us, that we can't do that ourselves because for some
Right.
odd reason they convinced us that we need the government, not the other way around.
Right. Right. Yeah. So, you know, I took a political test and I scored as libertarian, but I also agree with you in the sense that I do feel moderate. You know, some people will label me as an extremist, but I don't really feel that way. I feel like a lot of the ways that they believe are extreme, and I feel like I'm pretty level headed and moderate. I just, you know, I am for cracking down. And I think that's what freaks people out about me is that I believe that we need to take back control of our country. I support local law enforcement. And that's not to say that they're perfect. There definitely have been mistakes. But, you know, these liberals saying we need to defund the police. I mean, that's hilarious to me because I mean, they'll be dead in 5 minutes if they defund the police. They won't last
Exactly.
a day.
Yup, exactly. So I encourage everybody to view your live on your channel. What's the name of your channel again?
So I've got two channels on YouTube. If you're talking about YouTube,
Yes, yes, YouTube.
yeah, I am a musical composer and producer. So I do have a musical page. If you look up Diasiss, and then I have my main page, which is where you're going to see a lot of my videos. You'll see my live feeds and you know just me kind of expressing myself on there.
Okay. I guess I should have done this before. I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh, you're fine.
I should have looked up your channel before. Let me see. Diasiss.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if I can find you. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen with you so that you can see what I'm looking at. Let me see.
Okay.
Present YouTube. Okay, you should be able to see now.
Yeah, so that first one right there, that's
Mhm.
me.
Okay. And is this where you did the okay, yes. So this is the round table videos, but you did a live here, right? It was your very first one.
I did first one.
Okay. And your handle is I'm gonna copy and paste this in the chat
Yeah.
so everybody can copy and paste it and save it. Okay. I encourage everybody to watch that because you really, go deep into all of your stances. And that's why I say you're a moderate in my opinion, because like I'm pretty open with what I can say, right, about my political leanings without getting a strike.
Right.
But I consider myself a Christian nationalist. I consider myself a constitutionalist. I consider myself Christian conservative. And
Okay.
like you, there is that one thing, how people say, what radicalized you? And I saw the same things going on in 2020, like you already described. I already saw what happened with the LGBTQ plus whatever, the alphabet community went insane. I already saw the whole Obama presidency. That's when I was already a little bit more older and aware, and I was like, wow, the first black president. You know what I'm saying? Like I was there, right? And then 2016 happened. Trump became president the first time, and how much they dragged him, that it gave him more attention than it would have if they just left it alone. You know what I mean? Like it made you think, why do they hate Trump so much?
Right. Kind of makes you
And
more.
yes, exactly. And I liked him because in my opinion, he wasn't a politician. It was like he was from a different world that stepped into this world, and they really chewed his head off for it. Like they hated him because of that. So that's what kind of woke me up to politics. And like you with this the last election, we did a 9-hour stream because that's how serious I was about I need to witness history with you guys and
Right.
see if Trump is going to become president, or are we going to have the first again, the threat of a woman becoming president. Because in my opinion, and I've said this before, but it is my opinion that I don't believe women should be running for office, and that I would never vote for a woman to become president, because I believe in traditional values and the nuclear family, and that the woman's role is in the home and the man's role is for the outside world. So I'm a little bit more traditional in that aspect. So I was really scared that Kamala might win.
Right. Well, and the thing is, I guess I have never been wrong about a political prediction. I even was telling everybody, Trump is going to win. And, even back then when they were saying Hillary was going to win, I said Trump is going to win then. And, I guess just from watching it, I think that a lot of times the government and media will, run all these ads and all these speeches by these politicians. And I think that they will do that to gauge which side is willing to fight for it more. And whatever side is willing to fight for it more, that is who they will put in charge, because they know that if they don't, there's going to be some serious shit flying. That's what I think, at least. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah. So it's been about 30 minutes. So I put the link in the chat again if anybody wants to join, ask Diasiss some questions, or you can put your questions in the chat. I'll bring it up and then we can discuss. But I wanted to ask you, so did you vote in 2024? Or I mean you don't have to tell us who you voted for if you don't want to, but
Perfectly fine.
okay, go ahead.
Well, so I did not vote. If I was going to vote, as crazy as this sounds, and I know that you said that you do not support, women being in office, and honestly, that's very understandable. And if we have time, I, actually don't mind picking your brain about that, because I could kind of see why you feel that way. I think if I would have voted, I probably would have voted for Jill Stein. And the reason for that being is because she was for ending the war in Ukraine, and she was for ending the war in Israel. And she didn't seem like she was too extreme either way. So I agreed with most of her policies. But no, I didn't vote. That actually made me want to try to run for office myself.
Okay. I just want to before we get into that, I want to welcome Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy and Tad. What's up, guys?
Hey, good evening, Ruby. What's up, D?
Hey, how's it going, man? Long time no see.
I know, right, brother? I guess we should go ahead and let Tad talk. We know how he is. He likes to say what he has to say, then he goes away.
Yep. Tad, unmute yourself if you would like to add a comment. I don't know if I could yeah, I can't unmute you. So go ahead, unmute yourself, Tad.
Hi, Ruby and Jimmy and Diasiss. Nice to meet you. How are you? And everyone is?
Yeah, pretty good, man.
We are doing great. That's all I wanted to say. Bye.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. That's Tad.
Point, huh?
Tad kills me. He's so funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, Jimmy. So, I mean, before I go into that point about women in office, would you like to add anything, Jimmy?
No, you go ahead. It's good to see D again. I ain't seen him in a while. I know that in the past, D and I have had some really decent conversations about political stuff. We talked a lot about CV19. We've talked about the media, the corruption there. I put in the chat a second ago, jokingly, somewhat jokingly, I said, D is MAGA, but doesn't even know it yet.
I thought I saw you in the comments.
Oh, man. I missed it.
The only reason I say that is because one thing I do like about D is he doesn't like the corruption in the governments and thinks that the citizens, we should be the ones controlling our country, which is right in line with the Constitution. And as far as militias and anything like that, there are already militias in certain states. So that does exist now, and it has for a while. It's just not talked about a lot. So I think the route that a lot of us want to see is we want to see the people take back our country, and that started with this past election. And the reason I say it started with this past election is because Trump won the popular vote. He won the electoral college. He flipped a lot of counties over to the Republican side. And I don't, like I said before, we've had that conversation about Republican and Democrat, the uniparty stuff. But the people gave the government a mandate. Trump has a mandate. So if Trump wanted to close the border, the majority of the country is going to support that. Right. If Trump wanted to abolish the Department of Education, the IRS, the Federal Reserve, the majority of the people are going to support that. Right. Because we are all sick and tired of beholding to a tyrannical government. And that's what we've been living in. So, yes, we need to give the power back to the people.
Yeah, thank you for that little rant, Jimmy.
Sorry.
No, I love it. So going back to what I said, and then Diasiss wanted to ask about the women in office point. So like I said before, and I always say this because it was a very like heavy thing for me that I really can't hide about it. I don't believe women should be in politics. I don't even believe that women should be voting, to be honest. And I understand, I don't want to like offend people about our rights and women's suffrage, and I get it, I understand it. I'm not saying like, oh, we should take away those rights, right? That doesn't make sense. What I am saying is just an opinion of mine that we would be living in a better world if women didn't get involved in politics at all, if it was run by men, you know, educated men, like it was before, men who owned land, were the only ones that were able to vote. Men of a, just like the regular rules of a certain age, you can run. There's qualifications to do things. I believe that should have still been the case. So when I say that now, I say that me personally, I wouldn't vote for a woman because I believe her responsibility and duty is to her children, her family, and to take care of her family. That's her role. That's the role of a woman. We complement the man, right? So that's why I say I'm still Christian. I still believe in those things. So when I see a woman coming out of her nature and kind of putting that masculine energy and being a leader and doing that in the political world, it just doesn't sit right with me. I believe that it should be the man doing that. So if you have any specific question for me, let me know.
No, I think you summed it up. That's very interesting to hear, that a woman feels that way. And like I said, I mean, I can see why, even some women feel that way because of traditional gender roles, which, I will say, and like I said in my video, I don't believe that they apply to everyone, but I think generally, there's a consensus here that men prefer to be in positions of leadership and women do not. They don't want that. They want what they want, and I'm not going to speak for every woman here because I know that, all women are different and some women feel differently, but most women that I see seem to just want good, healthy, masculine leadership.
Right, exactly. I agree. And then I see your comments, Jay. I understand it, which is why I'm not saying we should strip those rights because obviously I'm politically opinionated. I'm politically involved and I vote, right? So I wouldn't be against that in 2024 modern age. You know what I'm saying? Like it just wouldn't work because we already have passed those laws. But in a perfect world, in my head, women would still be like 1950s traditional, cooking at home, growing her own food, homeschooling her children. And that's just my worldview. And I homeschool my children. I'm a stay-at-home mother. I am the traditional stay-at-home mom because I just kind of assumed that role, right? It happened to me. I couldn't just be like get a job and be an independent boss woman. Like that whole feminist ideology, I rejected it. Because in my opinion, if you're a true feminist, then you would be for real women's rights. And that can mean anything. But more importantly, her right to be able to live on one income with her husband and raise your own kids. Why are we sending our kids to go to school, go to daycare, and another woman is raising your kids? Or a teacher is teaching your kids. Why can't you do that at home? But the government convinced us that you need two incomes. Basically, it's a tax thing. They're taxing you double, right, before both of your incomes. And to me, that's a scam because not everybody has the luxury to live a kind of life like I do. And I don't live luxury, right? I wouldn't even consider myself rich. You know what I'm saying? Like we're all working class people. And yet that luxury of staying home, other women resented that of me. Like, oh, well, you got a husband to take care of you. You don't have to get a job and be in the real world. And I'm like, thankfully, I do. What if I had to give my 3 kids over to the system and go to school and I had to slave at a job and have a boss who was male and listen to him rather than submit to my husband and stay home and raise my own children? You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it just feels like a better lifestyle. And I'm happier this way than I would have been slaving at a job.
One thing that I'll say about that is, well, 2 things. First thing is, this is the cool thing about being XJWs now. And we can have our opinion about things, and we don't give a flying rat's ass what other people think about it because it's our opinion. That's a cool thing. The second thing I was going to say is, Ruby, you dodged the programming and the brainwashing of this feminist movement, the whole Me Too thing and everything. If people look back at the history of the feminist movement, go back and look who started it.
Mm-hmm.
It was 2 old white guys that started the feminist movement.
Wow.
Let me repeat that again. It was two old white guys that started the feminist movement. And it fell along the lines of what Ruby was saying. They knew that if we can tax the man, let's go ahead and get the women to go to work, and then we can tax them too. So you have that factor. Then the women have to go to work. So now who's going to watch the kids? Oh, let's give them over to our propaganda public school systems and the daycares. And that way we can shape the minds of these young people because their parents aren't there. We can teach them what we want them to believe and want them to know. And eventually what that does, it creates a generational divide, because as these kids get older, and we've seen it, these kids get older, 18, 19, 20 years old, then they go off to college. And then when they come out of college, their parents who work so hard to provide for them, oh, y'all are stupid. Y'all don't know anything. I went to college and this is what they tell us about this, this, and this. Whereas, the older folks, they just wanted to hold on to the values that we had before the deep state got their freaking little fingers into everything.
Right. And I do understand what this comment said here. Women's liberation, liberated women. That means you can be whatever you want. Homemaker is okay. Corporate ladder is okay. I get that. But at the end of the day, did it serve us the way that they intended it to, or that they tried to convince us that it would? At the end of the day, no. There's millions of women who are now the childless cat lady, right? And now they want to make that into a thing, but it's true. They're drinking themselves to sleep. They will never have the prospect of having children because they dedicated their early fertile years to a job that didn't serve you at all.
So let me ask you this, in line with that thought, with what we've learned about the deep state, what agenda does that put a check mark as a success for the deep state?
Maybe depopulation, because they're not having
exactly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right. Another point that I wanted to, before we move on, another point was that the only reason why women really had to enter the workforce was after the war, wasn't it? Because all the men were at war, and then they gave them these factory jobs, and then that's kind of how women started wearing pants, and it kind of shifted the whole culture. If it wasn't for that, I think they would have been able to still keep traditional nuclear family roles, and they would have not had to do what they had to do. So it's like, I understand it, I get it, but that's why I am the way I am. I'm anti-war. I'm America first. I'm super conservative. I'm like I'm at nationalist's door right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I keep I keep going there, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
I just love this country so much that we should protect that here instead of destroying everybody else.
Correct. I agree with that.
Yeah, I concur.
Awesome. So I will move on into our my discussion.
Can I add one more thought to this subject? Yes. Me personally, I don't have a problem at all with women voting. I don't have a problem with women running for office. That's just my personal opinion. And the reason why is because there are some very strong, intelligent women out there. And if we look through history, we can find different queens, different leaders of countries that were really good and actually helped out their people. So there are good examples of great female leadership in history. And so I think that's possible. I'd have no problem voting for a woman for president if she held the values and upheld the Constitution.
Yep.
The values of the Constitution. I'd have no problem with that.
Right. And then the only thing that I would say to that is that those were exceptional women. And in my generation, I don't see that. All I see is a bunch of whores, and they're sleeping around and hooking up and then demonizing women like me who actually got married, had to stay home and have children, and then they degrade that. Like, oh, you have to submit to a man. It's a gender war that I'm not willing to participate in. So
yeah, just gotta remember that most of those folks, they've been propagandized and brainwashed. and they don't know it.
Right. And I feel sorry for that. I feel sorry for them. I don't hate that. I don't hate them for it, right? Because they just don't
Right.
know any better.
Exactly.
Sometimes. But I also went through that though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might see me talking crap about them on the internet, but I was there. Like, I talk to my cousin all the time. It's like, we didn't know any better as well. But
Yep.
we changed though. We didn't stay stuck like that and then blame the world for all of our problems. We actually did something about it. And that's why I am the way I am. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not just here trying to crap on women. I don't hate women. I love that. I'm a true feminist in the sense of, when all these trannies came out and all these men are dressing like women and pretending to be us, it's disrespectful, because you're putting on a wig, you're putting on makeup and saying, oh, I'm a woman. No, you're not. So if you're a real feminist, you would stand up for real women, especially in sports and in bathrooms. That's what I had a real issue with.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, interesting. And I can see why you'd feel that way. So where I stand as far as transgenders and gay and lesbian community is, if they want to identify, if somebody who's transgender wants to identify as a woman, even though they're biologically a man, if that's how they want to see themselves, so be it. I won't treat them bad. But, I do feel like biology is biology, and I've talked to women before who, are even in the community and say, well, I take offense to them calling themselves women, or I take offense to themselves calling themselves men, because, a woman will, when I'm having a conversation with her about something like that, will say, well, that transgender who says she's a woman has never had a period. They don't know what it's like to have a cycle. They don't know what it's like to have a child. They don't know what it's like to, have our hormonal things going on with us, or other things that make, a woman a woman. So, I've even heard women have a problem with, the transgender community in that area.
Yeah. Tad's back.
Right. Go ahead, Tad.
Hi again. It's Wednesday noon in Japan now. My sweetie and I are out, sending a love from Japan, a faraway country across the Pacific Ocean. Not Christian love. We gotta go. Bye, everyone.
Okay.
Sayonara.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So
Tad,
we got that out of the way.
Tad kills me.
Yeah, he is funny. Okay. So, discussion, opinion, reaction, whatever you want. Daniel Penny. If I know you're familiar already with it, Jimmy, and I told Diasiss about it a little bit earlier. But this guy was demonized, arrested. He had a trial, right? He had a trial. He had a thankful acquittal, because they were trying to get this guy for manslaughter. And this happened yesterday, and he is a free man now.
Wow.
But,
Good.
Yeah, and his only crime was being white and holding down a black man, because that black man was threatening the train. And let me just say this. Me and my cousin, we're New Yorkers. We're from New York. Okay, we know the environment in the subway system. This would have never been an issue in the real world if somebody would have stepped in. If a crazy guy is saying crazy stuff and threatening to hurt people, that would have been a no-brainer for somebody to step up and say, calm down, or we're going to take you off the train. We're going to call the cops.
Right.
And to hold him down the way he was holding him down. And he was still breathing when Daniel Penny got off of him. And they were doing CPR. They did everything they could, but he passed away anyways. So that's just like a recap of what happened. As a New Yorker, and I don't know, King Tony, let me know in the comments if you agree with me or not, but I'm going to speak for myself. That would have been a no-brainer. I don't care if he's black, white, Spanish. I don't care. Somebody would have stepped up and did the right thing. But this guy got arrested just because he was white doing this to a black man, and they turned it into a race thing. So you can give me your opinion about it.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So a couple of things to add to that, Ruby. What you didn't hear from the media is not only was he holding down Neely, but there was also another black guy that was helping Daniel Penny hold that guy down. You don't hear about that. There's pictures of another black guy helping Daniel. Okay. Another point, the CPR was not done by the police department. They did not do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation with this guy because he was known for drugs and certain diseases. And so they didn't want the officers to be exposed to whatever he may have had. So there was that. As far as court proceedings were concerned, they did not, the prosecution, if you look at, well, I'll get into that, but they referred to him not as Mr. Penny. They referred to him in court as the white man.
Wow. That is so disrespectful.
Yeah.
That is disrespectful.
That's what they did.
Can you imagine
Now,
important saying black man? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. They referred to him as the white man. So what we got to do here, and basically with everything, and I think I'm going to try to teach another little lesson here. If we take the 40,000 foot view of this situation, let's go back and think, what agenda would this story help push to the front that the deep state wants to be done?
Yeah.
The race war, the BLM.
Exactly. We know that's exactly what they want. And then you got to look and see, okay, who's the prosecutor?
Mm-hmm.
Who is she getting paid by? And then you got to look at the DA that brought the case. Oh, guess what? It was Alvin Bragg.
Mm-hmm. And we already know that guy.
And we already know that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. So, and another little side point to this story is Jordan Neely. His dad abandoned him when he was a baby. But it just so happens, and he's never had any contact with the dude all these years. He never did anything to help him seek mental help or help him get off the streets. He did diddly squat.
Mm-hmm.
But now he sees an opportunity to come out on this and go live in front of cameras just because he thinks there's some money that can be made here. And so he is suing Daniel Penny in a civil case.
Mm-hmm.
So even though Daniel Penny was acquitted for these charges, he's still got to go through a civil trial now, and he's got to fight, and he's got to fight that as well. Just because there's somebody out there that just wants to make $1 off of this, who had no involvement in the deceased's life.
Right. Okay, I'm going to play a clip of Daniel speaking for himself about this situation.
The former Marine enduring years of vicious left-wing attacks who vilified him as a racist. But Penny has no regrets, and here's why.
What in you caused you to want to get involved?
I mean, I'm not a confrontational person. I don't really extend myself. And I think this type of thing is very uncomfortable. All this attention and limelight is very uncomfortable. And I would prefer without it. I didn't want any type of attention or praise, and I still don't. Mm-hmm. The guilt I would have felt if someone did get hurt, if he did do what he was threatening to do, would never be able to live with myself. And I'll take 1 million court appearances and people calling me names and people hating me just to keep one of those people from getting hurt or killed.
Wow.
He sounds like a nice guy to me.
Yeah,
and he's a vet. He's a Marine. So you're telling me that this guy is supposedly dangerous and racist and he wanted to kill this guy? I don't believe it.
Jordan Neely was telling people that on this train, someone's going to die today. He said that. That's what he was threatening. And look at the man's track record. Look at his police record. All the different things that he did, sexual or assault and battery, on so many people on the train systems. I think there was like 44 arrests, but he never served. I don't think he ever served time for them because he was just let back out. Somebody can fact check me on that, but that's the way it looks. So Daniel Penny, he did what he had to do.
Yeah. I also get that impression. I mean, look at the man's body language. He's just sitting up in the chair with his hands down. I mean, there's a lot of shame. There's a lot of shyness. This doesn't, and, I always take the media with a grain of salt. I take interviews like that with a grain of salt. But you know what? Let's say that the interview is true. Let's say it's authentic. Let's say that he really is being himself here. He's not any kind of a bought and paid actor. He looks like one of the most least confrontational people that you could run into. He really looks like the type of person who would not ever do something like this unless he absolutely felt like he had to.
And see, it goes along the point that, Ruby made earlier. What does this tell people? I mean, if they were to have to go through what Daniel Penny went through just because they went to go help somebody.
Yes.
And now people could see somebody getting robbed in a Walmart parking lot and do absolutely nothing about it because they don't want to have to go through all this crap.
Exactly.
I think the video and the whole situation is the media's way, and I think this is one of the angles here, the media's way of trying to discourage you from using your gun.
I could see that.
Yep. That's one thing that I saw. And I mean, me and Jimmy have talked before. I definitely am pro-gun. Absolutely.
Yes.
Themselves.
Got mine over there.
Yeah.
But she's like, oh, well, I don't believe in guns. And I told my daughter, I said, you know what? I love you. You're a woman. I think you should have a firearm.
Right. And in New York City, you're not allowed to have a firearm. The criminals are going to have it, but you can't have it as a citizen.
They got more than you guys do. They can go in and rob a whole damn store.
Yep. Jackie in the comments is saying, Ruby, where's yours? So, fun story. We were just like everybody else, really scared. I mean, I was scared of guns, and I had very young children, I had babies all over the place. I say, you're not going to bring a gun in here. But my husband did buy one. He bought a handgun, and we used to have it, but then we got rid of it. So, and that was before 2020. You know what I'm saying? Like that was right before BLM. So when he had it, the riots started, and I'm like, thank God you got that gun. So I'm thinking of getting guns again because of how we saw 2020 happened. You know what I'm saying? We didn't know that was going to happen. So we got rid of it, but we will get a gun in the future. Well, I do want to go ahead, Diasiss.
I just want to say this, to what you said. Here's the scary part about it is while they are preaching this gun control so hard and locking people up, that are trying to legally have firearms and carry them with them, at the same time, you see police afraid to even attack or apprehend criminals that are robbing stores in broad daylight with guns. I mean, it's like the irony here.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So now this is a clip of New York City BLM leaders talking.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and it's a short clip, but I wanted to show you the stark difference of how they're taking this case, because this is the kind of rhetoric that's dangerous. They want to say like our rhetoric is dangerous and we're racist or whatever, but look at what she said.
And they call us dangerous.
Yeah,
exactly. They call us dangerous, but look at what these people say. And this is a minute clip, and then I'm going to show another clip of this man right here.
Oh God.
The co-founder of Black Lives Matter Greater New York. I stand here heartbroken because I have to hug a father who knows that the murderer of his son will most likely go free. who has
Bullshit.
to look in the face of a jury that no matter the facts, no matter the expert witnesses, no matter the people yelling on that train that day to let Jordan go, you will kill him. They will not find a white man guilty of killing a black man in modern day America. This is no different than Jim Crow. This looks like a picture out of the picture book when you look at that anonymous jury. We have baby boomers who were there doing Jim Crow on this jury. We have young people who are looking at Daniel Penny as a hero. And what America is a hero, a killer. He didn't give a crap about Jordan. The medical examiner said Jordan turned purple. Yes, black people can turn purple when they are denied oxygen. Every lab report showed he died of asphyxiation.
No,
And
he
that
didn't.
doesn't matter because they want to spare a white man the penalty of his crimes. America has not changed, and I hate to say it, it may never change. And people who keep asking, are we going to riot? Are we going to protest? Is that what's needed? Do glass have to break? Do cars have to burn for a black man to get justice in America? We can't show up with peace. We can't show up with facts. We can't show up with evidence and witness after witness. You give us nothing. And then you ask us to love this country. America hates black people, and we see it from that jury pool.
Wow.
Didn't America elect a black
man was
guy for
lynched,
president for
and
like
his
8
name was
years?
Jordan Neely.
Yeah. I
Sorry.
can't even believe she said all that. And you know what? If I was there, I wouldn't be able to have a straight face. I'll start laughing in front of these people. Because they make a huge thing, right? A huge story with, oh, we gave the facts, we gave this, we did that, da, 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 da. And then, like Jimmy said, he was threatening everybody on there that somebody's gonna die today. If you were on that train, would you feel safe with a man like that? You
Hell
would
no.
feel safe with a man like Daniel Penny, who
Yeah.
would put himself in front of you.
You know what? The
help.
hypocrisy of what she said is what drives me crazy. Because during the riots of 2020, no one, these leaders, these BLM paid agitators, that's what they are, they didn't say shit about the police officer David Dorn that was murdered by their activists, their protesters. He was a black police officer that was protecting a jewelry store or whatever, and these
Facts.
protesters killed him, a black man. But they won't say shit about that.
Facts.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, you know,
This whole BLM thing pisses me off.
and a lot of times when they show a video like this, they will, you know, they'll take a true concept about police brutality and about, you know, white on black crime, but
Yes.
they use a misrepresentation, a bad example to promote this agenda. And that's the thing that really pisses me off. Is
Yes.
every time I see it, yeah, Jimmy, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I feel like they use an example that does not apply to that situation.
Yeah, they do it all the time, and not only do they do it, and we're talking, when we say they, we're talking about the deep state players. They hijack an innocent movement, one that I can get on board with. I can get on board with, yeah, we need to cut down on police brutality.
Absolutely.
Totally agree with that. I will walk with anybody in that. But what they do is they hijack these movements and they push it to another level. Same thing they did with effing January 6th. It's the same playbook. They just do it on both sides to get everybody all riled up. And then you have people like her and the guy that comes out that are stoking the flames of hatred and division and racism. And they freaking get paid to do it. Oh, it just pisses me off. I'll go on a rant, man. I'm telling you.
But no, you're right. And the only problem that I have with all of this is that this can easily slip into black supremacy, because they always want to talk about white supremacy, right? But they never want to talk about black supremacy. It does exist. And I have encountered people who are like pan-Africanists, or people who are like black power and I would only date a black woman or a black man. And they can do that and say that, and they don't get the same type of, oh, you're a racist if you don't date out of your race. type of commentary. But when a Spanish person or a white person says, "Oh, I would never date a black woman or a white woman. I would date my race and only have children with my own race," all of a sudden that's a problem.
All hell breaks loose.
The hypocrisy of BLM Inc. is astounding.
And they don't even hide it, because the website said that they were a Marxist group that was targeting the nuclear family.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's when I read that. That's what radicalized me as well, because I was like, these people hate you. They want to destroy you and your family. They hate everything about you, what you represent, what you are. They even hate your kids, because they don't like kids.
And they don't care about the facts either.
And then and look how they propagandize everybody. What group of people came out and did little infomercials during 2020 about these riots? What group did? Do we remember?
Oh, shoot. Antifa?
No, it's not where I'm going.
Democratic Party?
Hollywood.
Ah, wow. Oh, close enough.
Hollywood was they were given the marching orders to come out and support this as well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're
and
right.
that's how they build their web of propagandizing everybody.
Oh, God. Yeah, they've got no room to talk.
No.
It's like the biggest pedophile ring on the planet.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I can talk 2 hours about that shit.
And I will do an episode just about that, because that's really deep. That's too deep for just for anybody to just stumble in a stream and start talking about that in Hollywood.
Let me give everybody a little some homework to go do, and if you can find them, go find videos done by Isaac Cappy. Just go, and then he put out a lot of videos like between 2015 and 2020, and yeah, go watch his videos, and that will start you down the path of the rabbit hole of Hollywood.
Right. And those Hollywood actors, it's crazy, because they are actors. Yep. And they are like the personal spokesperson for whatever Democrat policy they want to push through. You never really see. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what the people get fooled with, like you said, they are actors. But the way people get fooled is, well, he's saying this in his living room. He's not behind a movie camera. This isn't a movie. This isn't a TV show. He's being sincere. He's like Arnold Schwarzenegger and all these. They're in their living rooms giving these little infomercials and trying to appeal to the masses. And it does work on a lot of people, but they're still acting.
That's right. That's what I was trying to say, because that is their profession. They are actors. That I would never believe an actor. So when people do that, is that an orange hat that they need a trusted person on the TV to actually believe it? I think that's an orange hat.
That's orange hats.
Yeah. There's too many people who are orange hats that they need a person on the screen who's a trusted TV anchor or a celebrity to confirm something that you should be able to do on your own. Like,
it was like that time when Usher was promoting Kamala Harris, and I just thought to myself, damn, is Kamala getting that desperate? I mean, shouldn't her policies speak for themselves, you know?
Exactly.
Well, she was paying these celebrities. I think she paid, what was it? She paid Beyonce 10. Was
allegedly.
it 10? Allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay, allegedly. Let's put that in there. Yeah. Like $10 million to show up at one of her rallies. Allegedly.
Yes. Right. Wow. Allegedly. Yeah. Yeah, they're getting paid. And that's why I don't really care about that stuff. I would never look up to an actress or an actor for my political belief system. That's super personal. Just like I wouldn't take advice from a person on TV about religion. Like the whole broadcasting and everything, that's what gave me the ick. Because I was like, why are these people on TV and broadcasting when they already told us that that's false religion, when these pastors and these preachers, they start doing these TV bans and shows and and you're doing the exact same thing. So,
Yep.
They got more money than you and I will ever have.
Yep, exactly. And they're paying for that narrative to go through because they got the money to do it. So moving into Jay-Z. So for anybody who doesn't already know, Jay-Z is getting dragged through the internet right now because he graped a minor. I'm not gonna go into details, or I don't want to get. I'm on probation, guys. I'm sorry. I don't want to get another strike. But I found the letter that was written in response to the lawyer. Did you read that, Jimmy?
I'm not.
His team gave like a 1-page response, and it didn't even sound like he wrote it. It sounded like a woman.
He didn't write it.
Wasn't it a now correct me if I'm wrong here, wasn't it a cease and desist? Because I know that they had a cease and desist that came in from Jay-Z, Beyonce, and their team on the Piers Morgan show.
Okay, I think, yeah, it's along those lines, because I'm not sure if they actually read it. They read the whole thing, but I read it online, and then I don't want to make it seem like I'm joking about the situation, because obviously if it's true, it's not funny. But in the comment section, somebody wrote on Twitter to animate the letter in Jay-Z's voice so that we could hear how crazy.
That would be funny. You know, somebody with an AI technology would be able to do that too.
Exactly. So I do have a clip of a paragraph of what that response said in Jay-Z's own voice. So I'm going to play it.
This is hilarious.
You got it. My lawyer has received a blackmail attempt from a lawyer named Tony Busby, who was hoping to use public pressure to make me settle the case. However, instead of folding, I decided to publicly confront and reveal the deceptive nature of his actions. I'm not backing down and will not give him a dime.
Dude. Greatest thing I've heard like all evening. Thank you. I needed that. Wow.
Yeah, I was on the floor with that, and it's hilarious because he wouldn't write that. He doesn't even. I would not think that Jay-Z sounds like that.
That whole crew, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Jennifer Lopez, Diddy, Mariah Carey, and the list goes on and on and on and on. These people are evil as and they've done something. Him in this story, raping a 13-year-old, allegedly, let's say that for the YouTube censors, allegedly, that is nothing compared to what this guy has done. Nothing.
Right.
That's how bad it is.
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah. And it also goes hand in hand with the Diddy stuff that just came out. And then before Diddy, it was Epstein. It's like this keeps happening and these dominoes are falling one by one, but we still don't have Epstein's list. So until that is out in the open, all of these little attacks on these people, I don't feel as if we're going to get true justice, but at least people are waking up.
I will add to that real quick. What you're seeing right now with all this stuff, this is a soft disclosure to the public. That's why it's dripping out the way it is. Because if all the information and the corruption and the extent of the evil that these people have committed, if all that was dropped on the public at one fell swoop, people wouldn't know how to react. We'd have war. We'd have riots in the streets. So people have to accept that, or they have to learn to accept. Okay, yeah, there was this dude named Epstein. There was this dude named Nygaard. There was this other dude named Branson. They all had islands, and people were visiting those islands and doing unseen things with children. Okay, they got to be able to. What's the word I'm looking for? Grasp that information before we can move in to say, okay, now these are the people that were involved with going to these places. But we have seen that the drips have been coming out about that stuff. The only people that don't know anything about this are the yellow hats. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to see it. They don't want to think about kids getting trafficked and abused. if anything, if the world knew, if the American people knew what was going on with these children, everybody would effing wake up. The children will be what unites America.
I hope so. It's funny that you mentioned this tonight, because I was reading through comments about the whole, United Healthcare assassination. And, it's just interesting because, this is still a thing. And Jimmy talks about this all the time, just how, we know more about this assassin than Epstein's list, and then the corruption of United Healthcare and all that. But yeah, you actually reminded me of that, because in the comment section with the United Healthcare worker assassination, they're like, how come we know more about this guy who shot a CEO, than Epstein's list? How come we don't know anything about that yet? And I was like, that's the point.
Or why do we not know about the J6 pipe bomber?
Oh, forget about that. Nobody even remembers that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because they don't want that information to come out on who that pipe bomber is.
Right.
It's just,
wow.
Yeah, this whole thing with healthcare, it's all a psyop. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Every bit of it.
Right.
I mean, and the ties that the CEO had with Nancy Pelosi and the Alessandro family and the Palo Alto cybersecurity firm that Nancy Pelosi bought money in, it all ties together.
So yeah, we will be talking about that whole case in a minute. I put his name there, Luigi Mangione. I think hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. But that story's crazy. And last night I couldn't even sleep. I was going through so many rabbit holes, and like the internet is really crazy how fast they could find stuff out. And I'm like, yo, I don't even know what to believe right now. Like, and you already know, Jimmy, I always say this. I don't know what's real. I don't know what's fake. Sometimes my brain starts hurting, and then I'm like, I can't sleep, right?
The safest thing to do, Ruby, is just for right now, just go default. Everything is bullshit.
Yeah, until proven.
Basically,
just go default with that
on the media.
Right. Okay. So before we go onto Luigi, the Jay-Z thing, when you made that point about the drip, right? That little pieces of information have to come out first so that people can understand it.
Yeah.
Now I fully understand what that actually means, because if we would have never known about Diddy and the Diddy parties, we would have never connected that the celebrities attended those parties. And then we would have never asked the questions of what actually happened at that party. What was going on in that party? What were the rumors during that time about that party?
And here's another thing that a lot of people haven't paid attention to is resignations from a lot of these corporations. And if you go back to basically started really heavy in 2017, look at all the different resignations from big companies, even in politics. I mean, the list of resignations is huge. Now, the reason why I say that's important is because who were people that attended these parties? Who were people that went to these islands? Right. And the politicians, CEOs of big corporations. And so I think behind the scenes, I think someone's talking. Could it be Epstein? Could it be somebody else? There's a part of me, I don't think Epstein's dead. Right. I don't think he's dead.
He was
and so take that for what you want, But there is a lot of stuff going on that we don't see in the public yet, but we can see stories come out. And once you start connecting them, you're like, yeah, somebody's talking. Why haven't we heard anything about Maxwell since she was arrested?
Exactly. And if I would have never known who Jeffrey Epstein I think he's still alive. I would have never understood the network that he was keeping hidden. They needed him.
And this is the reason why we're being shown what this network is, what these people are doing. And here's the reason why. Because when a big name politician from the list comes out, it'll be easier for people to accept it once the facts and evidence come out and say, hey, this particular politician did A, B, C, and D. Here's our evidence. And the people will be able to say, yeah, we know about that. We know about that. Oh, that matches up here. Oh, yeah, he's guilty. Lock him up. They'll accept justice and accountability a lot easier if they know what the hell's going on.
Right. Okay, so let me clarify, because their real love says alive on the island. Either he's alive or they killed him. So maybe, yeah, he could be dead, but he was murdered. He didn't kill himself. So I should have clarified that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself.
Yeah, he's not on the island. The island has been, I think someone just bought it just here recently.
That island should be bombed. It should be nuked.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to have to go ahead and sign off, but I just wanted to let you know before I got a jet.
Yes, thank you so much for joining me. I loved it. We need to have you back on every Tuesday, 9 p.m.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, good seeing you again, Jimmy. So I'll talk to you guys soon.
Good seeing you too. But hey, if you ever try to reach me on Facebook, I'm not there. I got banned.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Okay. All right.
All right. Have a good night, Diasiss. Thank you so much.
All right. Y'all too. See you later.
Okay.
See you, man.
Bye. Oh, man, that was awesome. Okay, so going right into the Luigi thing. I don't know if you went down this rabbit hole already, but I'm going to play this video. It's 11 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So you can add this theory into whatever other theory, and also to the chat, what your theories are about what happened in the Luigi case.
What if the assassin's entire family wealth came from healthcare insurers?
Oh, I saw this.
The entire world is aware that today Luigi Mangione was arrested as the prime suspect in the unaliving of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Pennsylvania, where unironically he was eating at a McDonald's. He had his manifesto with him. He had the weapon possibly 3D printed with him. But no one, and I mean no one, is talking about the fact that the healthcare companies are single-handedly responsible for all of his family's wealth. I, however, happen to be just outside Baltimore, and in Maryland, we all know where his family's money comes from. And I think there's a tie no one is talking about. Let's get into it. So Luigi Mangione went to Ivy League schools. He also did Ivy League seminars at Johns Hopkins and at Stanford University. He is an intelligent man, but he also graduated as the valedictorian from the Gilman School. Now, if you're anywhere around Maryland, then you know when someone asks where you went to school out here, they're not talking about your university. They're talking about your high school. The Gilman School is one of the most elite preparatory schools in our region, racking in at anywhere between $35,000 and $39,000 a year to go to school there. Introducing the Mangione family. Now, the Mangione family actually is the head of a group of organizations that are privately held nursing care facilities, and it's called the Lorien Group. And if you look at the Lorien Health Services About Us page as of today, it says a family-owned and operated organization founded by and conducts itself based on strong family values. But if you look just a couple days ago, it looked like this. That's right, folks. Just a few days ago, it said when Nicholas and Mary Mangione founded Lorien Health Services, they set out to provide Maryland seniors with pride and dignity, yada, yada, yada. It's very interesting how that just changed, isn't it? But how do we know who really owns all of these facilities, and how do we know he's related to them? Now, doing a fair amount of research on these nursing facilities, I've learned that since 1977, they've grown to have at least 9 long-term care and rehab facilities all across the state of Maryland. They also have expanded to add a healthcare services company, and they invested a ton of money in buying Turf Valley Golf Resort, where they have tons of weddings and conferences, and they also host hundreds and hundreds of dinners for healthcare and pharmaceutical representatives. No correlation, I'm sure. This is an article from the Washington Post discussing Nick and Mary Mangione's acquisition of the Turf Valley Resort. And it was in these responses to interrogatories from one of their lawsuits that I identified the ownership structure of Lorien Healthcare and their affiliates. In this document, they're answering who owns all of the facilities and who owns all of the stock in Lorien Healthcare and Lorien Health Services. And they identify it and say that the 10 adult offspring of Nicholas and Mary Mangione, listed as Louis, John, Rosemary, Linda, Lucita, Nicholas, Joanne, Peter, Mangione, and Francis, and Samuel, and Michelle each own a 10% stake. Now, in this same set of interrogatories, they identify the specific breakdown of the shell corporations and which corporations do what with which facilities. They also address ownership of the Turf Valley Resort. I also found an attached letter offering to purchase a new facility, and it was signed by a law firm, but it was signed by Louis Mangione, president of the company that was doing the development for all of the rehab facilities and the resort. Now, Louis Mangione, according to address records, is likely Luigi's father. I had to go and find out which of them were Luigi's parents. When I did a background check on Luigi, I found his address as 1 Buckley Court in Towson, Maryland, which happens to be the same address as Louis Z. Mangione and also his wife, Kathleen Z. Mangione. And as I said, Luigi at 1 Buckley Court, Towson. In case you're wondering, 1 Buckley Court is neatly nestled right at the foothills of Providence, one of the most exclusive areas to live in and around Baltimore and Baltimore County. It's also very close to the private country club that the Mangione family purchased and operates today. Now, taking a really hard look at how the experiences are for the residents at their family nursing facilities, at first glance, it looked like they were really actually on the up and up. It looked like their residents were well taken care of. It appeared that they were receiving decent care. I couldn't find very many lawsuits, but then I dug. I found a bunch of shell corporations, and I identified several malpractice suits against them. I also went and looked at the government rankings of their nursing facilities from the Medicare assessment team that actually determines whether or not the residents have a strong quality of life. And let me tell you, the numbers were not pretty. Jumping back to the healthcare facilities and the state or condition and quality of care that their patients receive. Remember, Luigi volunteered here quite a bit. Right now, their most recent health rating is 2 stars, and they have received at least 24 demerits just on the health conditions and the health inspection investigations in their one facility this year alone. If you look here, it says the average number among similarly sized nursing homes in the United States is 9.6, and they've received 24 demerits just this year on one facility. According to this, they're squeezing 112.7 patients on average into a facility that the average in the United States holds 81. But this is where the percentages really start to upset me. As you know, I have done a ton of research on private equity and healthcare. And right here, you're going to see the percentage of long-stay, low-risk residents who lose control of their bowels or bladder, which has to be marked every time it happens for Medicare to pay for their bills, 83.2%. The national average is between 48-ish%. That means that of their low-risk patients, almost 85% of them do not get taken to the bathroom in time to use the facilities and are forced instead to go on themselves or in their bed or in their diapers or whatever they have them using. But they are not taken to the bathrooms 84% of the time. This is the ownership of the facility so that you can see that these stats are for one of their facilities, Lorien Health Services, right here. And if you look, it's got their contact information right here. I'm not saying to use it, do not use it. And it also lists their ownership, and here it is. We have Michelle, Rosemary, Linda, Joanne, John, Louis Mangione, Nick Mangione, Peter, Samuel, and Francis, the 10 siblings, each owning 10%, as stated in the article I posted before. Now, that's 1 out of 9 of their facilities. And I know what you're thinking, well, how do we know that Luigi cares at all about what's happening at his family business that has grown and grown and grown? Well, if you look into his LinkedIn, or you did before they took it down, it shows that he regularly volunteered at Lorien Healthcare Services. I give you Exhibit A, one of the instances where he did some volunteer work at his family business. Now, if you look at the notes that have come from the releases today of the manifesto or the documents that were with Luigi Mangione at the time of his arrest, the documents apparently said these parasites had it coming. I do apologize for any strife and trauma, but it had to be done. I am not informed enough to analyze whether he allegedly did what he's being accused of doing or why he did it. But what I do know is he was an incredibly intelligent individual. graduating valedictorian, and then later cum laude from very prestigious institutions. His social media feed reads like a philosophical challenge board. And as somebody who has a degree in philosophy, I was actually kind of shocked by how much of his posting actually overlapped with a lot of the stuff that I read in school. I do know that we may be dealing with the possibility of an identity rebellion, or we could be dealing with an ideological, like ethical awakening. I know that online he frequently posted about utilitarian versus virtue ethics. Now, if you're not familiar with that concept, utilitarianism is the greatest good for the greatest number of people, regardless of what it takes to get there. Whereas virtue ethics say that an act is good only if a virtuous person would do it. He said that unequivocally, he tended to lean towards utilitarianism, saying that actions justify the outcome if the change was positive for the most number of people. That kind of speaks to where we're at. So what do we know? We know that this guy was caught eating at a McDonald's with everything the police needed in his backpack. We know that he had very specific things written in that backpack that suggested that what he did needed to be done if he in fact did it. We also know that all of his family's wealth, and their wealth is substantial, came from the very same healthcare companies as Brian Thompson was the CEO of. And they have significant wealth. Among their shell corporations, they own dozens of businesses and a resort that houses thousands of acres of prime real estate in the middle of one of the most expensive states to own real estate in the United States. We know they owned homes in the most exclusive and expensive area in Maryland, and Maryland has several of the most expensive or the highest earning counties in the United States. We also know that if you watch his social media, at a certain point, Luigi Mangione began to talk more and more about the importance of society doing more good for more people. And he also cited frequently authors that advocated for the same. I would not say any of his postings leaned left or right, generally more like up versus down. Considering he was absolutely part of the up, it's an interesting quandary. We also know that while his family business looks to be an altruistic endeavor that's there to serve the patients and their families as they claim, their rankings show something different. It shows an area where too many patients are crammed into too small a space with too few nurses with bad health conditions, and they're left to sit in their own feces and their own urine. That reeks of profit before patient. And considering that all of their family wealth relied on these exact same insurers to keep that money flowing, it's a bold statement if that's in fact what he intended. Regardless, it is never okay to advocate for violence, and I'm not doing that on my channel. What I am doing is advocating that we all pray for the patients of Lorien Healthcare. We pray for their family members as they go through a difficult time of probably learning the kinds of conditions their family members have been in. And we're going to see other people that are struggling with the information that comes out. If you're new here, my name is Tiffany. We work together to fight private equity. We work together to save small businesses in our community, to expose corrupt corporations, and to talk politics regularly.
Okay, so that's the video that I saw on X. What are your thoughts, Jimmy?
It's all about the money. Always is. Always is. And I was just sitting here thinking, the CEO was set to testify in front of Congress about the corruption in these healthcare systems. So if it happened the way we're being told, there's your motive right there. Because if you look at the family history and what they're tied into, they wouldn't want that stuff coming to light in Congress. So there's that angle. There's also, I mean, I'm sorry. I go, like I said, I go default. I don't believe anything these days anymore until I see otherwise. But there's talk out there that the dude's not really dead. That he wasn't, that the CEO is not really dead.
Oh, really? I didn't hear that theory yet. What's that theory?
Well, again, he was set to testify in Congress about the corruption of these healthcare organizations. And who is he tied to? Nancy Pelosi.
Right. I saw that. Okay.
So it's just out there. I'm not buying it either way. You just got to look at both sides of things. There's a good possibility that he might have been protected. There is that. You literally have to look at things this way to these days,
Right.
folks.
Right.
You literally do.
But wouldn't that? But okay, hold on. But going with that theory, speculating. Okay, we're speculating.
We're speculating.
So, but wouldn't that be the motive to take him out? Because
On the bad guy's part, they would want to take him out so he wouldn't testify in Congress. But if he was going to turn, then somebody would protect him. But they'd have to create something to give him an out to make people think that he was gone. That's why this whole thing, I don't know which way it's going to go, but it like Jackie said, it's a freaking psyop. This is an interesting story. It grabs people's attention to take away from something else. A year from now, we won't give a rat's crap. That's my favorite saying these days, rat's ass. We won't give a rat's ass about this story. But again, the media has to put something out there that's flashy. Propaganda is flashy. It gets your attention. It gets everybody talking. And when I heard the press conference where they said that they got the guy, and they said, oh, and he had a printed 3D gun on him and he had his manifesto on him. I'm like, that makes no damn sense.
Right, like he wanted to get caught because that's what it looked like. He went into a McDonald's, he was acting like everything's fine. They said like he was flirting or something, and that's what got him caught. But even though I do think it's a psyop, right? And this is a running joke that I have with myself, is that the CIA hasn't been producing a serial killers in such a long time that we crave it. You know, like that Criminal Minds type of show. Because if you look back in time, all of these serial killers have had ties to the CIA.
Oh, absolutely.
The FBI, that they were giving them psychedelics, like what's his name, Manson.
Yep.
And that's already like a known fact. So once
and the Unabomber, and the Unabomber.
Okay, well, I mean, I know about the Unabomber, but I didn't know that he was actually CIA infiltrated. So I'm gonna have to look into.
Yeah, continue. Sorry.
But yeah, like you get that. It's like we haven't seen a saga of like there's a killer on the loose and it would give you fear and you were watching the TV like, oh, they gotta get this guy. You know, like the Ted Bundy stuff. We haven't had a serial killer in so long. They haven't been giving us entertainment in that way, that when we see a Luigi, we're like, oh my God, especially how hot he is. Forget about it. We are all swooning over Luigi. And we're not even remembering that he allegedly, he assassinated somebody. But then in my head, I'm like, I don't even think that's the guy. I think Luigi is the fall guy.
Think about this. Look at how much everybody has learned about Luigi since this happened. Okay? Just think about that. How much have we all learned about him?
Yep.
Quite a bit, right?
A lot. Yep.
Now let's go back and look at the guy that allegedly or went after to assassinate Trump. Yes. How much did the media tell everybody about that guy? We ain't heard
that much.
And that right there tells me that something's up with this. It kind of falls in line with the whole, oh, they can't find the J6 bomber, but they can find this guy. Right. You know, they're putting out what they want people to believe.
Right.
And that's why I think this whole thing's it's a deep state play. That's what this is.
Right. But it is shining a light into what you said. He was about to testify, which we wouldn't really know about that. We would have not known about the tie that he had to Nancy Pelosi. That would have been buried. We would have never even found out about Mangione's family ventures or businesses. That was like the woman said on the the TikTok that they were basically abusing a profit over patient in that scenario. But you see, that's what gives me another motive for Luigi. Like she said, like do whatever it takes for the means of like she said, ethically right or something like that.
Right.
So like, let's say Luigi saw this was going on because he volunteered, right? He knew that these CEOs were behind or letting the abuse occur because they are still paying when the patients are not actually taken care of. Mm-hmm. That would be a good motive, in my opinion, to be like, well, I'm going to get the snake at the head, because if it wasn't for him and approving this, knowing the abuses that are going on, it's his fault. And then, he took justice in his own hands and he got rid of him. Okay. That's one of my theories. Because the other theory was about the manifesto. Did you read that manifesto? It's 4 pages long.
I haven't read it. Okay.
Because I was by the 2nd page, and then I told myself, I'm not reading all of this. Like, what am I doing here? It's all bull crap.
Yeah.
It sounded so perfect. It sounded like 4 pages to explain what? That you killed the guy? You don't need 4 pages. You need 5 sentences. You know what I'm saying? Like, he gave this whole story. It's like a pity party about his mother, chronic pain illness, and then his own, later on, come to find out he had a back surgery. He had chronic back pain. But just because you have a broken back doesn't mean you kill somebody. So I wasn't going to read 4 pages of bullcrap justifying his reasoning.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how this plays. Since this is still fresh in the news and everything, I'm still watching my sources, listening to the ones that I listen to, and looking at the information and still learning more about it. There's going to be more that comes out about this. And if it gets to a situation to where it's shining the light on a lot of dark stuff, right, then there's going to be a part of me that might change my mind. And I'm kind of halfway there right now, that this could have been a white hat operation.
Right. That's my theory. Like, he knew that this guy was the one who was allowing all of that to happen through the facilities, which is almost like money laundering, right? Because you're getting paid through the insurance, but then you're not actually taking care of the patients. And then Luigi is the good guy, like Robin Hood, trying to seek justice for those patients.
Well, when I mean a white hat operation, I'm talking about the military, not him being like a white knight or anything like that.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
The reason why it's kind of like with the Jay-Z stuff, look at how much people have learned about that particular subject. Okay. I believe everything being done to them has been done under the white hat operation. So this very well, and I cannot say it definitively right now until I do more research on it, but this could have been a white hat operation using the deep state playbook against them.
Okay.
So we'll stay tuned on that, because there's going to be more that comes out about this.
I like Thrifty's comment here. She says it also is taking attention from coverage on Dr. Fauci possibly being pardoned by Biden.
Oh, yeah, well, there's that. Well, it's funny to me. That's another reason why I initially said, and I still do believe it. It's just funny how this story pops off like a couple of days after Hunter Biden is pardoned.
That too.
Yeah.
Man.
And because Democrats were even, the mainstream media Democrats were even getting pissed about this Hunter Biden pardon. And then, yes, like, was it Thrifty that said it, that there was more talk about doing a blanket pardon for the J6 committee, Anthony Fauci. Why the hell do you need a pardon if you haven't done something wrong?
Right.
Or a preemptive pardon. I'm sorry. Why give a pardon to Fauci? Why?
Yeah. No.
So, yeah, what was it? 2 weeks ago, I told you that it was really quiet right now. There wasn't much going on. And I said, but there's going to be some stuff that pops. Well, guess what? Stuff's popping off all over the place. We got aliens in Jersey.
Yeah. I mean, Yeah, that rabbit hole was going. Oh, and Elon actually reinstated Luigi's X profile, so everybody was going through his tweets.
Yeah.
And I didn't even go there, but I saw people like investigating, doing stuff like that. And the reason why some people, another theory is that he's a plant that maybe trained for this, or maybe he was
MK Ultra.
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And people were going through his Twitter, and I guess it's called like numerology, but they made a lot of connections between the Pokemon that he had on his header, and the number of tweets, the number of like different types of numbers, and the same number that was reoccurring was 286, I believe. And so 286 came up, and there was like a whole thread about it. I'm gonna have to find it. I'll share it with you whenever I do.
Hold on a second, because I'm going. Okay, so I'm gonna go try to look up something real quick. But it seems like every time I try to go somewhere else on my phone,
yeah,
I disappear. So if I disappear, I'll come back. But I want to, since you said 286,
yes,
I want to go look up Q post 286.
Okay, sure.
So let me go look at that real quick. And if I disappear, I'll screenshot it, send you a copy. I'll DM you real quick, and then I'll come back on. Okay.
Okay, cool.
If I disappear.
Okay, no problem. I will wait for you here.
All right. So hang on just a second.
And I will look at the chats as well. I'm right now I'm looking through my own Twitter because I don't know if I maybe liked it, because I want to find those tweets about him. And I will share my screen with you guys too. Oh, hold on. Let's see. One of the biggest things was this, guys, in the chat, whoever's still with me. The guy in the CCTV photo with the eyebrows were a little bit more further apart than Luigi, which is on the right-hand part. So that was one of the things that got me. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me stop sharing my screen because you guys are seeing my whole bookmark stuff. Hi, Jesse. I'm looking for a thread that I mentioned. Hold on, let me see. 286 Luigi. Let me see if they got it here. Okay. So I'm going to give you guys an example of what I found on Twitter. So it says Luigi plus 286, 286 posts on X. Hold on, let me see if I could do this here. Okay. His area code was the last 3 digits was 286. The Breamloom Pokemon is Pokemon number 286. Then I don't know what this is, but it says denial code 286. Then they quote Proverbs chapter 28 verse 6. Then they put June 28th, National Insurance Day. Arrested 286 miles away. The McDonald's receipt was for $2.86. Fan of Elon's book, born 28/6. I think that's a date. And then it says 286 Spotify followers. Politician cousin follows 286. Won with 28.6% of the vote. Okay, I got you back because this wasn't the exact thread, but that was one of the threads that people were making connections with the number 286. And that's what caught me last night. I couldn't sleep.
Okay, so that's interesting. And I went to post 286 and it didn't match up with any of this stuff. So not saying that there's not a post out, because I did see one of my sources did put up a post that talked about shooters, and it said family connections, and I'll find that one later. But I didn't want to just try to find it right now. But there was nothing on the 286. So, oh well.
Right. But you let me just show you this again. But this is the thread. Let me see. I zoomed in so you should be able to see it. So if you look at the thread from the beginning, right? They make a lot of connections here, right? They're
Right.
circling the number 286. It just like comes up so much, right? The Pokemon thing was a big one for me because it's weird, right? He had like a Pokemon there, and then they found out that's Pokemon 286. He had 286 following. Like weird, right?
Yeah, it's very weird.
The McDonald's was 286 miles away. His receipt was for $2.86.
Wow. Wow.
And then they put stuff like this, right? They put like 86 to get rid of, to eradicate. The last one, see, Tree of Life, 286. And then more.
Yeah, that's that gematria stuff that they're doing.
Right. So you see how like some people on Twitter can really go into like they can deep dive into interesting stuff.
Believe me, I've seen some deep dives on things, and I'm like, holy crap. I have. I've seen some things I'm like, wow, they made that connect. Wow. It's interesting.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be able to identify that. You would have to be like, and I know that people use this as a joke on the internet, but they say like you got to be schizo. You have to have a certain type of level of like attention to detail, or like they call you crazy because a normie would tell you, oh, that's a coincidence, or that doesn't mean anything. That's nothing.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't say it's schizo. It is skeptical. And this is what the government, the deep state, they don't want people being skeptical, because when you have a skeptical population, they're going to ask questions and they're going to want real answers. They don't want that. They just need people to be like, you got to do this. Yes, Mr. Government, you need to go here. You need to work here. You need to do, yes, Mr. They want blind obedience. They can't afford to have people that are skeptical.
Jimmy, you're right. But one caveat is that those orange hats that we were talking about earlier, we're skeptical of everything the government says. We're skeptical. We're like those in the Bible account in Time of the Judges, where we went to the River Jordan and we drank. We were skeptical. And so there's always been that healthy skepticism in our human being, in our body, in our mind, in our psyche. But our brothers and sisters who follow blind allegiance to the narrative, they're skeptical of everything you and I say. Everything you and I say. Everything Ruby says.
Yeah.
They will only accept the narrative coming out of the government authorities, like Watchtower. They'll never listen to their brothers and sisters, the apostates, but they'll listen to the World Health Organization. They'll listen to Dr. Fauci.
Yep.
But they won't listen to you and I, even if we're their brothers and sisters.
Yeah. Yep. You're exactly right.
So they got skepticism, but it's ill-placed skepticism. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, I came in for the Syrian thing. I've been waiting all night. Did you guys already discuss the Syria thing?
No.
Not yet, because I need somebody to explain that to me as if we are in kindergarten, because I see so many different opinions on Twitter that okay, before we jump into that, because I was going to say something about Luigi, that the most simple theory, that like the last theory I have that's the most simple, is that he was wronged with something that had to do with the insurance, specifically that one, like what he talks about in the manifesto, and then they take it out on the CEO, right? They think that that's gonna solve something, when in reality it really doesn't. But that's why I feel bad for people, because they don't, like I say all the time, they don't know how to express themselves the right way. Or like how I always tell Jimmy, oh, I don't think we're going to get real justice. Well, how do we know that that's true? And sometimes we get that kind of mentality of like, whatever, they're going to still commit crimes. They're rich. They got money. Who cares? And I think Luigi, even though he had money, or he came from a family with money, and he's supposedly smart, and he has like a high IQ, or he's a genius, then why did he do what he did? You know what I mean? Like it's still sad. You know what I'm saying? Like it still hurts that even if it is a psyop, even if he is the fall guy and he wasn't the real shooter or whatever, he's still a person.
Did you see when they were taking him into? They took him out of the police car and was walking into the jail, and he was saying stuff. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Do you have that clip? Because he says something on the way in the building that I found very interesting.
Yes, I have it here. I will share that.
Yes. See if we can hear it.
Don't.
Oh my God! That is completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people and lived experience.
There we go. Where he said this is an insult to the intelligence of the American people. I found that interesting.
Yep, he says completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
That's interesting.
Yep. And they didn't even let him talk, like nothing.
No.
I hope he gets to defend himself. Yeah, this is totally out of touch and an insult to the intelligence.
As of today, he didn't even have a lawyer. Or as of earlier today. I don't know if something has been done since then, but why doesn't he have a lawyer? Why? I mean, his family is loaded. He should have had a law. He should have a lawyer with him right then and there. Why did he not have a lawyer yet? I don't know if that's changed since this afternoon. That was the case as of 2:00 today.
And you know what? Another thing is what I think, and I could be totally wrong, but in other time, remember when Ted Bundy was being arrested and before he was being charged, the district attorney just let him talk right there in front of the elevator. They just let him talk.
Yeah.
And then the police, when they arrest you, they say anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. They let you talk. This is why a lot of people don't trust the police department no more. You see the way they just beat him? Like the police have an agenda. If this guy is guilty, let him talk. Let him talk. I mean, can you imagine the things that would have come out of his mouth? They could use it against him. But the police they look more suspicious than the suspicious guy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They don't want him talking. Even just this incident, I had heard before I even saw this clip that he was being prevented from talking to the media.
Right. That's exactly what's happening. Oh my God.
So there's that. So this is a very interesting story.
Oh my goodness. It bothers me. Yeah.
I can see how people will gravitate to these types of stories because hell, my wife pretty much every night falls asleep to crime shows, which actually scares me a little bit. Okay. I walked in one night, I was outside doing something, smoking and scrolling, but I came inside and she was watching TV and the particular episode it said buried in the backyard. And I'm like, baby, is there something you need to tell me? Why are you watching Buried in the Backyard? But people like these types of stories. For a lot of people, it's an escape from reality in their mind, but you really have to look at this stuff on a whole different level. You can't look at it that way.
Right. And I hope he gets understanding, he speaks for himself, because I was so upset when the other like high profile case, and I don't know if you know about it, but what's his name? It was the lawsuit between Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez. Yeah, okay. So it was a case like that, you know, Megan Thee Stallion said, that she got shot in the foot by Tory Lanez, right? And I was waiting for the moment that he would defend himself, that he would take the stand and say, no, I didn't shoot her. And they advised him not to take the stand. So he didn't even have an opportunity at all to speak for himself. And then he was found guilty and he was I think he was deported, or I don't even know. He had to go to jail for a while, and then I don't know if he was deported because he's from Canada. And I'm like, So you follow the advice of your lawyer. You get locked up anyways because believe all women, back then that's when that was happening. Of course they're gonna believe her over you. And she had Rock Nation behind her, which is Jay-Z, which is like hip hop's deep state. So of course they're gonna crush you because he was an independent artist. He wasn't signed to anybody. And then he goes on and Tory like says it like they were like drooling for his signature to sign so they could make money off of you.
Yeah.
So you're fighting an uphill battle. You're never gonna get there. And you had the chance to legally take the stand and defend yourself, and you didn't do it.
So what are we learning from all this? That there is a two-tiered, corrupt justice system. That's what and we've seen it done against, individuals, but we've also seen it done against Donald Trump. Right. So that's the lesson that everybody needs to take away from this is, and will eventually, and this is one of the things that people are learning now, that there is a two-tiered corrupt justice system. So when someone comes in and fixes it, Kash Patel, it'll be more palatable to the people that, yes, this needs to be done.
Right.
Everything is connected one way or the other. Literally everything is connected one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do an episode about Trump's picks because I don't know. It gives me...
Give it some time, Ruby. I wouldn't do that yet, honestly.
Okay, we will.
I wouldn't do that yet because I think we'll be jumping the gun on that. Because let's just wait till after he gets inaugurated and the ones that are in place, and then we can talk about them. Because right now, if we do that, it's just speculation because we don't know exactly who Trump really wants in that position. Are some of these people being put in the limelight for a reason? So I would wait. I would wait on that personally. You do what you want, but that's
I'm gonna write it down, and then we're gonna circle back. We're gonna revisit that subject, but just to give you an example of my thought process is like we already know about Elon and Vivek that's a sealed deal that they're gonna be involved, right? But then I read a comment that said something to the effect of Elon talks against the bureaucracy whereas he himself is that he's an unelected person, billionaire, like he is our real life Iron Man who's getting involved in government when nobody elected him. So it seems like a contradiction. So that's my thought process of like, maybe they're right. I don't know. Like I'm still thinking about it.
The only thing I'll say on that is you have the government that'll put out contracts for different people to get involved to help with, things for the military, stuff like that. Whoever designs an F-15 or what, they weren't elected by the people who, there are different things that the government contracts out. And so this whole thing with the Doge, this is kind of like a contract project because they said they want to have it done by July 4th of 2026. So I'm not looking at it as a official government position. I'm looking at it as a project that's being taken on.
Okay.
I agree with Jimmy on that. I agree 100% wholeheartedly because I see it the same way that Jimmy just explained. Because if you go back in history, maybe the last 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 presidents, and you can name them, and we have all witnessed it with our own eyes. Dear friends, for example, I'm just going to pick one off the top of my head. Bill Clinton. He had James Carville. James Carville wasn't elected to nothing, but James Carville was instrumental. Maybe Ronald Reagan. He used in his early elections. He used Frank Sinatra. He used Dean Martin. He used all of his Hollywood Rat Pack friends. All those guys were there. John F. Kennedy did too. So they used people who were not elected. Who else? We can go down to Barack Obama. He had a lot of mentors, Jeremiah Wright, and so forth and so on. A lot of people that they went for spiritual guidance, for financial guidance. And I think that's where Elon Musk is. I think he's better there. Because if you look at some of the pictures at Mar-a-Lago and stuff, he looks like a little kid playing with his kid on his back. He looks like a family member.
Hey guys, I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to refill my coffee, get a better light, and put some power to my phone. So I'll be back so we can talk about the serious stuff. But I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
So yeah, let me know your thoughts in the chat. Gigi says that Doge is a private project. It has a 2-year shelf life. So I guess so. I guess so. I guess I just have to like be open-minded enough for that, because I have not seen that since, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm too young for that. So I just have to realize that it's happened before, or like, you know, like what you just said.
Yeah. Yeah, because they've always had private mentors. They've always had private confidants that they go to, you know. And so I think that's where Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They're not going to be government officials. They probably won't get paid, and they don't need the money.
Right. They're doing it for, well, I feel like they're doing it for America.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. So, I mean, we are going to dive into Syria, but before, we'll wait for Jimmy, of course. But since you're here, Jesse, is there anything that you can tell me that can kind of preface the Syria conversation? Because to me, when I look online, everybody was saying that the president, Assad, right, that he was a tyrant, that he was, you know, like almost like a bad leader, that his downfall, they're actually celebrating it. And there was nothing really that I could find to support that he was a bad leader. Like I don't know. I don't really know the politics of in other countries like that. So I just wanted to ask you if you could give me a little history lesson, or like a little lesson about Syria.
Well, if you bring up the word Syria, the nation of Syria, you're correct in the use of the word history. Syria is history. Let's just put it that way. Syria might be older than Israel. Syria, and so our history is uniquely tied with Syria. So not the current incarnation of Syria, but the people that have been there for thousands and thousands of years. And so it is a very strategic place right now in 2024. But what strikes me as real funny is that we've always known what you said. Are they bad or good? That's, everybody's going to have an opinion on that. And I can't help you there. It just depends what side. But I do know that he was a strong man. Bashar al-Assad was a strong man. But his country had been, imagine if the United States is sliced up in 4 slices. You know, like if you get the Eastern, Atlantic, Midwest, the mountains, and then the Pacific, and you slice it up. And that's what you see right now in Syria. But he was a strong man, and he was holding out. And when I first heard that he had abdicated his throne, his position as president or whatever he was there in Syria, and flown to Moscow or abdicated to Moscow or so forth, and had relinquished power, I go, why now, 2 months before Donald Trump comes into power? Why now? John McCain couldn't do it. Remember when John McCain was out there and all the people were starting wars over there in Syria? Let's bomb Syria. Why did they happen right now, 1.5 months before Trump becomes president? To me, it seems like some people are over there hell-bent on starting World War III. Like they couldn't do it in the Ukraine. Now they're starting it in. And if you look at the other side, Bashar al-Assad, on the government side, you had Russia and Iran backing him up. And then you had the other side of the Arabic fighting there. And then you had the opposition forces. So you had a hodgepodge of different fighters for it. And then you had the government that were loyal to the Bashar al-Assad, which were backed up by Russia and Syria. And then you had Western forces backed by the United States or NATO or Turkey. And you're wondering, why the heck does it happen now?
Right.
This is not good for nobody.
Right. Okay. Because also when I look at Twitter, and that's where I get most of my news. So when I do look at it, especially when I'm in like these orthodox spaces where orthodoxy over there, you know, like they say, Syrian is a Christian nation, and that a lot of something to the effect of like a lot of Christians now will be martyred. Basically, they're going to be killed for just being Christian. So, I mean, the people who took over, right? They're basically terrorists, right? They're called Al Qaeda.
Well, let's call them fundamentalist. Let's not call them
okay, right.
And this is why I'm saying it, because let's say Bashar al-Assad was a strong man, just like Muammar Gaddafi was in Libya. And so there's a sense of stability. Saddam Hussein was a dictator, but there was a sense of stability. So the Kurds in the northern region, they had their territory. The Christians were allowed to live, and everybody lived under a dictator, but there was a sense of stability. You take out the strong man, now it's a free-for-all. So if there was some fundamental Muslim groups that hated Christians, naturally they were going to move against them. Where under Saddam Hussein, they wouldn't. Under Bashar al-Assad, they wouldn't. Under Muammar Gaddafi, they wouldn't. But you take that strong man out of that element, and you're going to see the Christians and the Jews leave like crazy. And that's what you're probably starting to see that now.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Because you know what kind of like it kind of bothers me, but then it doesn't, right? Because you know how I have like these isolationist views, like we shouldn't be in foreign wars or like get involved into other countries' problems. But then what if something like this happens, right? Like you said, fundamentalists or extremists take over and free for all, like you just said. Who's going to be there to stop them if it's not us?
Well, in during the Bush administration, the first one, and James Baker, he gave a very famous, I think it was the 1990 or 1991, right before the Bush administration came to a close. There was a fighting in Bosnia-Herzegovina when the Iron Curtain was coming down on Eastern Europe. And in one of those countries, there was a skirmish, and the world was asking for the United States to intervene right before Bill Clinton became president, right before the inauguration. And I remember James Baker, he said these words. I remember him clear as and probably people in your comment section are going to remember this and probably typing it already. But he said the famous words, "We don't have a dog in that fight." He said those famous words, James Baker, which was the closest dear friend of George H.W. Bush, the New World Order Bush. Anyways, he said, "We don't have a dog in that fight." And that encapsulates a lot of American thinking. There's a lot of us Americans who think that way. We don't have a dog in that fight. And a lot of people are thinking that in Syria, and a lot of people are thinking that in the Ukraine. The only problem is this. If you look at the map of Syria down in the southwest corner, guess what that territory is called?
Is it the Greater Israel?
It's called the Golan Heights.
Oh, okay.
It
I
is
saw
the
one that's
border.
the Greater Israel. I was like, what?
It's in the border of Israel and Syria. So,
okay.
Let's pretend that the Golan Heights was Sonora or Baja California. Let's pretend it was Baja California. And we go to war with Sheinbaum in Mexico, and we take Baja California. And we call it Baja California Golan Heights. How would the world look at it? They'll get mad at us, right? But Israel's doing it, and nobody's saying nothing. It is in Syrian territory. It's part of Syria, but the Israelis say, no, we're taking it. Now, they have a claim for it because they lost a lot of blood in some of the previous wars. I believe it was in the 67 war. I can't remember if my memory serves me right, but I think it was in the 67 war. And I think a lot of the Israelis dropped a lot of blood and gained in that territory. So they're not going to give it. So there's a lot of problems with Syria where we could say, we don't have a dog in that fight, but maybe we do because we're the closest ally Israel has.
You see, that's what I'm saying. It's confusing because I would say that too. Like, no, that's none of our business. But then America has this, like in my opinion, we should not be allies with Israel. Like, I wouldn't support that at all.
But they're the only republic form of government in the Middle East.
Exactly. That's the reason why they say it. But I don't know. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It just bothers me. But that's why when I saw that map, like you said, they feel like they have a claim to it, because when I saw that on Twitter, it said the greater Israel, as if, like you said, there's a lot of history, a lot of backstory to that Israel is kind of maneuvering things so that they can find a spot for them to take it or take it back.
Yeah. So now you see something. When Bashar al-Assad, the strongman, was in power, there was a sense of stability, right or wrong. There was a sense of, and so we have a way, the Western, I'm not saying the United States, but Western forces have a way of destabilizing nations.
Right.
And it creates a lot of death, a lot of agony and destruction. You see these beautiful buildings and they're all destroyed.
Right.
They're bombed into the last century.
Yeah, that's sad.
We don't need the mud flats. Have you ever heard of the mud floods?
I don't
Well,
think so.
you know, there's this conspiracy theory about the mud floods. But with all these wars, we just bomb civilizations back into the Stone Age. It's not good either.
I don't like that.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm anti-war. I'm anti-everything. Like, we should just be focused on ourselves. And that's why I think America is such a tyrant in their own way, is because they're using that, like you said, the only republic established government in the Middle East, to put their hands into something that should be none of their business as well. It's like they're perfect for each other because they both do it. Israel does it and America does it. So they're perfect for each other.
And it's a proxy war because you have the Bashar al-Assad nationalist forces backed by Iran and Russia, like we said. That's a very strong, powerful allies they have. And then you have the anti-Assad governments that were supplied by the Western nations. And so, in effect, we have a proxy war. We're at war with each other. We're at war with Russia, but not in a direct sense, but in a cold war, in a proxy war.
And Russia gave Assad asylum. So
okay, he did.
Yeah, so he's in Russia right now with his family. I saw that. I thought they killed him. So I was happy to see that he was actually alive. John Marciano says, I can see Russia entering Syria to fight for Assad to drive out the terrorist rebels.
Now, the rebels, they will not claim to be terrorists. So let's say al-Assad and 50% of the Syrian government is of Arab descent. And so let's say, I don't know the numbers, but I do know that the Arabs are divided into what are called Sunnis and what is the other word? Sunnis and
I don't know, but I think I did hear something to that effect.
Okay, and you have your Sunni Muslims, and man, I'm so sorry, my memory escaped me. The Sunnis and the but anyway, so you're divided into two factions, and let's say like the Christians, we're divided into Catholicism and Protestantism or Orthodoxy. So in the Arab, they're divided into two, and the Shiite Muslims, yes. And so let's say the al-Assad was Shiite or aligned with the Shiite Muslims, and the Sunni rebels are Sunni. They don't consider themselves to be terrorists. So we label them as terrorists.
So
but
those...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So those terrorists that took over, weren't those the same extremists that was responsible for 9/11 or something like that? I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, if they come from the same backing, were they backed by them people? So if the rebels are Sunni, which would be aligned with Saudi Arabia or other, and then the Shiite, if I remember correctly, are aligned with the Iran. And so that's how you would do that. But it doesn't mean that they were directly of the same. But this goes back to what the Americans feel. A lot of Americans feel, what the heck are we doing there? They've been fighting for 1,000 years. What are we doing there? Yeah, why are we involved? But Israel is lining up against there. So in effect, now you have And then NATO is involved too, because if you look to the northeast, that's Turkey, which is a NATO alliance country.
Mm-hmm.
So that brings in the Western civilizations into this. It drags everybody into it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I don't support NATO in that way, because we shouldn't be dragged like this. And John Marciano confirms the question that I said. He said yes. So if that is true, indirectly or directly, right? Why do they still exist? Like, were we not in a 20+ year war with these people, and we were set to kind of like get back at them for what they did to us, or like whatever, despite that it was like an inside job or whatever, and some people say like, oh, you know, they were framed or whatever. I still do believe that they were behind terrorism because of their extreme belief system that they're, you know, trying to impose. So I thought they got rid of them. Like, why do they still exist?
Because they have a right to exist. That's their part of the world. It's not our part of the world, you know. So let's say we're policing a certain area. Well, this is what happens when you're policing a certain area. And it's very old if you think about it, maybe over 200 years old. Remember the Marine Corps hymn? It says, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. There, the Americans were policing Barbary, the Barbary pirates. And so right there, you have the same, you're protecting the Navy vessel lanes. And so let's say the people who were involved in piracy just happened to be Muslim or just happened to be Islamic. So now you bring in Islam into this country that you're policing. You're saying you're a police state, but you're fighting against an Islamic group. They don't see themselves as terrorist groups. They just see what they're doing as a survival, what they've always done. They do not view themselves as terrorists. As if anything, they view us as terrorists. They're saying, what are you doing in our shipping lanes? Mm-hmm. So it's a very, very precarious situation being over there. Man, you know, Rush Limbaugh used to say, you can't be a politician. You can't expect to get into the sewer wearing a white suit and expect not to get dirty. And that's what the Middle East is. You can't expect to police the Middle East and not expect to get into some kind of retarded conflict. That's what's happening over there right now.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why we shouldn't be a part of that, because that's their country. Those are their values, whether they believe they're extremists or not. I think the people should choose. And if they are too powerful, because, you know, but you see, that's another thing that gets me. Where do they get all these weapons? Where do they get the funding from? Who's backing them?
And they get a lot of material support and spiritual and mental support and intellectual support from guys like John McCain and Lindsey Buckingham, Liz Cheney, and a lot of people call them the neocons, whatever you want to call them. I'm just saying, you see them all the time. That guy that hates Donald Trump, that used to work for Donald Trump, what's his name? John Bolton. These are people who are always wanting to go to war. And if you listen to Donald Trump, instinctively, he doesn't want to go to war. But he's surrounded by so many people who absolutely love war. I don't know why that is. I really don't know why that. But a lot of our brothers and sisters in the Republican and Democrat side, they love war. They really do love war, and they justify war. And they'll create conflict. They'll send in money. They'll create, what are they called when you have a red flag? A false flag. They'll create a false flag event. Anything. It's almost like a lust for war. But that's just the way the world is. Those are the hands that we've been dealt. And Donald Trump has been dealt these hands. He has to, you know, the job that Donald Trump has is one of the hardest jobs we have ever seen in the history of mankind. He has to sing the battle hymn of the Republic and whistle Dixie with equal enthusiasm. That's a joke there. But yeah, he has to straddle the line, because on his table, in his dinner table, you have neocons and you have isolationists. And boy, that's going to be very hard.
Yeah, like you see what John Marciano says. He said Israel is dragging the U.S. government into that conflict. And that's why I don't support any alliance or whatever with Israel, because Israel can be doing whatever the heck they want, right? Because they have history, they have motive and everything. That has nothing to do with us.
Yeah. But now the question is this: does
Mhm.
Israel have a right to exist?
Yes.
Okay. If your answer is yes, then
Mhm.
we have an obligation to protect it as the only Republican form of government in the Middle East.
But why can't they protect themselves?
I think they can. That's the danger. Do you really want Israel protecting itself? They'll bomb the crap out of the whole damn planet.
Well, protect themselves, not world domination.
Yeah. But Israel can protect itself, but you have to hold them. I mean, they took the Golan Heights in the Syrian conflict. They're bombing the hell out of the West Bank right now. You know, the war that started October 7th last year, it's still going on to this day. So, Israel can take care of itself. I don't know why we have to get involved. That's above my pay grade. Maybe Jimmy has some insight on that.
Yes, Jimmy. I'm gonna turn my camera off because I'm nibbling on some food here. But Jimmy can give a rant. Go ahead, Jimmy.
So first off, I want to I had to step away for a little bit. So what was y'all's consensus on Syria right now? What were y'all saying about that?
Well, one of the things we were saying is that it's fragmented into different sides. And just a brief history of the Syria. To say Syria is to say the word history. Syria is one of the ancient histories
Correct.
on the planet, but not as it is known today.
Correct.
It's different. The nation state of Syria is fragmented into the nationalist and to anti-government and the government forces. The government forces are backed up by Russia and Iran, and some of the forces are opposing Islamic forces, and some of them are backed by Western powers like NATO or different Western countries. So you have a hell of a problem by taking out the strongman Assad. Even though he is a dictator, there was a relative peace. Now all bets are off 1.5 months before Trump is inaugurated.
Right.
Why the hell are they doing this now?
Oh, I'll tell you why, because it's the deep state doing it. That's the simple answer. So let me back. So I can't speak to knowing everything that's going on with Syria. I will just give you guys what I see, and you can draw your own conclusions from it. When it comes to NATO and the military-industrial complex and those factions, they have always wanted destabilization in the Middle East. We have seen it our whole lives, ever since the State of Israel was created. Now, what people really need to do is they need to go back and look at how, why, and who created the nation state of Israel. Once you figure that out, then you're going to be like, I think you'll have a whole new outlook on the government in Israel right now, because the government of Israel is deep state, just straight up. It is. Just like here in the United States, we have those who are true diehard Americans. We want to support the Constitution, but we also have a faction of people that want to destroy the Constitution. That's the same thing in Israel. There are good Jewish people there, but their government has been hijacked by the military-industrial complex and Rockefellers, Rothschilds, all them. Fact. That is a fact. Okay. So, that's why I get so upset when I don't get upset. When people say, oh, Israel needs to, they have the right to be there. Okay, that's fine, but that's part of the argument. This whole thing with Israel is a whole different story. But the way it plays in with Syria is you have factions of people in the Middle East that want to destroy the government of Israel. Okay. So if we can establish the fact that the government of Israel is deep state, who wants to overthrow that? All right. So you've got Hezbollah in Iran, which is a terrorist organization. We have Hamas, which was actually created by Israel. That's a whole other story. Israel created Hamas. It gets really sticky when you look at the political things and the factions of these groups. When Obama was in office, what did he help create? Him, along with the military industrial complex. They created ISIS, Al Qaeda. They created these people. So if you look back in 2011 and through 2014, what was happening with ISIS and Al Qaeda? They were growing, right? They were growing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And our president at the time said, oh, there's nothing we can do about it because they're just so powerful. And then they were taking over so much swath of land. And that is when Obama eventually told the generals that he was going to be the one to call the shots and what needs to be bombed and what needs to be taken out. He took control of that. Well, it just so happens that every time there was a bombing on a road it was to benefit ISIS. That's how they grew so much.
Right.
So they were on their way to Syria, and they wanted to topple the Assad regime back then. Now, I can't speak for Assad being good or bad. I'm just looking at what I've seen. So they wanted to go in and topple him. Well, where have we learned that before? The military industrial complex, the CIA, they wanted to go in and topple Gaddafi. They wanted to go in and topple Saddam. They wanted to go in and topple Hitler, the
Shah of Iran.
Yeah. So you can start looking at the pattern. Okay. So we have a pattern here where our government is involved in funding an organization, so they'll go in and topple this government, just like they fund the protesters and everything here in America. So when Trump took office, right before Trump took office in 2016, 2017, Bashar al-Assad asked Putin for help. Putin came against ISIS. Putin did offer help. And then as soon as Trump came in, Trump offered help to Syria. Now, I don't know how that took place. I don't know if Bashar al-Assad asked him or Putin asked him or whichever, but Trump offered assistance to help Putin and Bashar defeat ISIS in Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And they were taken out within 4 months.
Right.
So that particular action, who did that hurt? That hurt the deep state.
Mm-hmm.
That hurt the military industrial complex. And so all this time has gone on, and ever since that happened, we haven't heard much about Syria. But look at where we're at now. What does the deep state want? They want to start World War III. How are they going to do it? So they have emboldened the CIA. They're going to fight back. They're going to fight. So they've emboldened themselves and gone into Syria and done what they've done right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, question. When you were giving the list of everybody that that they were trying to topple over, right? The deep state, right?
Right.
Okay. Is it okay. I don't want to
just say it.
I'm thinking
trying to think of the right way to say it.
Yeah, the right way, because I can't. I'm on probation, but
okay.
I'll give you a hint. Hitler. Okay. They were trying to topple him over, right? Those are the Zionist Jews, right?
Correct.
Okay. So is it safe to correlate or connect that the Zionist Jews are also the deep state?
They are the deep state. The Khazarian Mafia The fake Jews, yeah, that's the deep state right there. That's part of it.
I mean, is it our deep state?
Yeah, it's all connected. Yes.
Okay.
Because you have people out there that are professing themselves to be Jewish, and they are not Jewish.
Okay.
That's
okay.
That's why they push the anti-Semite stuff so much,
Right.
because
and those
they don't want you questioning them, because then you're going to be an anti-Semite.
Right. That's why I'm I'm trying to play it safe. But what it looks like to me is that these Zionists have infiltrated other powerful governments to be in their defense, because they were not big enough at the time to defend themselves. But now that they can, I think they could defend themselves. They don't need anybody. But they're still taking advantage of these other countries because they have either blackmail or they were involved in these inside jobs that they've helped America inflict on ourselves. Because
Correct.
I believe those things were inside jobs.
Correct.
And so therefore, United States or any of these other countries are probably too scared of them, because they've become so powerful with our help, that they're going to stick to us like glue. And it would have to be another huge thing to separate us. They would have to reveal a lot of things, because a lot of things would be released to confirm that these Jews or Zionism is responsible for every war we've seen, every false flag we've seen, and to topple other governments that were oppressing Jews, like how they said Hitler killed 6 million Jews, and I don't believe that.
Right. Yeah. That's it.
One of the things is to when you go deep state, it's bigger than that. For example, when we had our revolution, American Revolution, 1776, it was uniquely ours. It's an American Revolution. Mexico didn't have it, and our fight was with Great Britain. Canada didn't assist us, and we didn't invade Canada. It was just us, the 13 original colonies versus England. We didn't get other nations involved. It wasn't a world war. It was a fight between two nations, two parties, red coats, blue coats. If you remember the other revolution that happened during, I think, Hillary Clinton's Secretary of State and Barack Obama presidency, we used words like the Arab Spring. And what was happening, you were having these little revolutions in Arab countries, uprisings.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't. It was astroturfed by some other forces that we don't know what they are. Now we're starting to get hints of who they were. And we have, but it's all hidden from our knowledge.
Yep.
So we come up with these conspiracy theories because we see all these Arab Spring revolutions. They take out Gaddafi, they take out Saddam, they take out. Who are these people doing this? The people on the street don't know why they're fighting. They just know that they're going against Gaddafi. But you were okay for 40 years with the guy. Why now? And that's the question about this revolution that's going on right now in Syria. Why now? And why 40 days before the Trump administration? Why?
Because they are trying to put stuff in place and create as much chaos as they can to try to tie the hands of Trump when he comes into office.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. And they're playing with thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands.
They don't give a crap about lives. We already know that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a crap about lives. All they care about is keeping their power. And they are in so much panic mode right now because they're losing their power.
Yeah.
And so they're going to do like a robber when they rob a bank. They're not just going to stop and say, hey, you caught me.
Right.
That robber is going to do everything he can to get away and or cause some chaos. That's exactly what's going on. Now, it goes a lot deeper on Syria. There's more geopolitical stuff involved in that. I can't speak to all that right now because I'm still doing some research on it. But just from what I see on the surface, yeah, this is all deep state stuff.
Yeah, I like what John Marciano says. He says that it is confusing. It's hard for people to understand what's really going on. It's a rabbit hole. I don't think it's hard to understand in terms of once you figure it out, you know why it's confusing because they want you to be confused. They put the confusing stuff in front of you and they want you to be confused. But when you realize, and that's why I was being careful with my words like 2 minutes ago, is because they will label you for discrimination or anti-Semitism if I would have just said Jews without the Zionists in front of it and making a distinction, whereas it shouldn't matter. Once you figure out that all of these rabbit holes leads back to the Jews, things start making sense.
Well,
but you can't say that.
No, I wouldn't. I won't use the word Jews. But let's take Ukraine, for example. We seem to have calmed it down a little bit, like it was maybe 30 days ago. It looked like was going to, when Putin released that ICBM and they were messing with these, and cooler heads seem to have prevailed within the last couple of days, weeks, maybe.
Right.
But in the Syrian conflict, you have 4 or 5 sides fighting, and you have Iranians involved. You have Russians involved. You have the nation of Israel involved. You have maybe the United States involved. Maybe you have Turkey involved. 5 loose cannons. I mean, so let's say Iran goes rogue. It could be a tinderbox there. I trust the Ukraine more. It seems like cooler heads would prevail over there more than in Syria. All it takes is one crazy rogue country or rogue element, and all hell can break loose within, it's a tinderbox there.
But isn't that the reason why Trump did it just popped into my head, the Abraham Accord thing that was trying to bring peace for the Jews, the Christians, and the and Muslims? And because what I see on Twitter is like I told Jesse earlier, that a lot of Christians will be martyred. They'll be killed because of this new
unfortunately, that's probably a good possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's like when things like this happen and America tries to give a peace treaty or an agreement or whatever, Israel does what they do regardless. These people do what they want, and then people die in the middle of it. So it's like Trump did all of that for this to happen. Like,
well, here's the thing: the Christians and the Jews fared better as far as life goes under a dictator. For example, under Gaddafi was a dictator, but there was a relative stability. Under Saddam Hussein, there was a dictator and there was a loss of rights. But you had the Kurds living up north, you had the Christians living in Babylon or Iraq, and you had Jews living in certain segments. But with the elimination of the strongman, all the security breaches have been destroyed, and it's a free-for-all.
Do y'all know who Saddam had? Do y'all know who Saddam had surrounding him in his inner circle?
No, the Iranian, the Iraqi Republican Guard.
People with Christian values.
Wow.
Yes. My husband told me that the other day. Yeah, because he said that the Muslim or Islamic viewpoint was so extreme that like they don't care. They would do whatever it takes, or like extremist types of views, whereas Christians was, we need to do everything in our power right now so that we can go to heaven.
Yeah, the biggest thing with him was he knew that Muslims would take him out at a drop of a hat. He knew that Christians had values where they weren't going to murder.
Right.
And so that's why he surrounded himself with Christians. Once people find out the truth about Gaddafi, Saddam, and some others, you're going to look back and be like, holy crap, we were lied to about everything on this. And I think this whole Syrian thing is going to fall into that category as well.
And you know what? Look at it this way. When did the Shah of Iran fall?
1979, wasn't it?
Who was president?
Carter.
So all his do-gooding stuff backfired on him.
Oh, yeah.
They went from bad to worse.
You mentioned something a little while ago. I think I heard it. You talking about Trump surrounding himself with neocons, and you mentioned John Bolton and everything. If you look back in Trump's first term, those people were around him. And the reason why is they were they wiretapped everything on him. The deep state had a lot more power back then than they do right now. And so they had people in place. Trump was just learning the ropes there as well. So he was taking advice from other advisors on putting this person in place and this person in place, which honestly, I probably think Trump knew some of this stuff already, but he put them people out there to be in the spotlight because now we know how war hawkish some of these people are. And that's not going to be the case in the second term.
Oh, no. John Bolton hates Donald Trump with a passion.
Yeah,
they're both Republican, but they hate each other passionately.
Yeah, well, John Bolton's not a Republican. He's a Republican in name only.
Right.
He's a freaking globalist is what he is.
Mm-hmm.
He wants the military-industrial complex to succeed because, again, follow the money. That money, all that money that's being sent to Ukraine is going right back into those politicians' pockets.
You know what the funny thing is, though, even though about the Republican Party is that even though we can all call ourselves Republican and you could have both extreme spectrums of the debate, like you can have a John Bolton and a Donald Trump in the same party. But there comes a time where you're going to have to throw down because the 2 points of view can't be on the same thing. Either we're going to support wars or we're not going to support wars. And I think the Republican Party has reached a point with Bobby Kennedy, with Donald Trump, with a lot of the inner circles. I don't know about Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, but he seems to be towing the line of Trump, of not seeking new wars, where he used to be real close with John McCain.
Yeah, so I don't. Here's another thing I'm looking at, going back to Ruby saying something about Trump's picks. Look, this is how you can, this will tell you a lot too. Look at who the media goes after. They've gone after Pete Hegseth. They've gone after Kash Patel. They went after Matt Gaetz and Pam Bondi. But who have they not really gone after?
Marco Rubio.
What does that tell you?
He's on theirs.
Yeah.
They consider him not enemy territory. They consider him,
And you don't think Trump knows that?
I believe so. I think he learned his lesson by now.
Now, maybe Rubio's flipped, maybe, or maybe Trump's put him in a position to be exposed, or that whole thing, keep your enemies closer. I think there's more to come out. We'll see how this plays out, but I don't see Rubio keeping that part of the pick. Was it Secretary of State?
Yeah, I do know he's anti-communist. He is Cuban, so that's a.
Yeah, he's. I don't. To me, right now, I would say he's a gray hat. I can't put him as a white hat or a black hat right now. I can't put my finger on him right now.
And what's a gray one? I think I forgot what gray is.
Well, it has nothing to do with what we talked about on the other hands. This is just someone who is, playing both sides, like Elon. I question Elon sometimes.
Right. Okay.
I think he might be a gray hat. There's just he's leaning more white here lately, but
right.
I just don't know. Okay.
Right.
Are gray hats? Aren't they Are they Confederate?
They were. They were back in the day. But all I'll say is everything. There's a lot of shit going on right now, and you just can't. It does no use to get into arguments with people about this stuff because we've gone down some rabbit holes. We've shared some historical references, and there's a lot of people out there that don't know that stuff.
Yeah, but you know what, Jimmy? On one of the things talking about grays, there's a lot of gray going on because. And I was talking to, I think, a Pasta Babe the other day, and she was really hurting. And one of Rick Fearon's show, or was Ruby's show, and because we were hitting the Democrats hard. I don't know if you were on that show or not, but I told her that the Republican Party of today, of 2024, if Richard Nixon was around, he wouldn't recognize it, or Ronald Reagan. We have the peaceniks on our side now. We're the anti-establishment sides. We're the rebels. We're the hippies. We got the hippies on our side, the peaceniks on our side. Where in the 60s, they were passing around the marijuana joints talking about free love in the Democrat aisle.
Right.
You know, Bobby was banging everybody's wife. Now they're on our side.
I think we need to be careful about the whole our side thing and the Republican thing. And the only reason I say that, Jesse, is because, again, you have people in the Republican Party that are there to disrupt. They're there to cause division. They're there to push the globalist agenda. And they have to keep an illusion of choice up for the people there. So I don't even like saying Republican Party anymore. You got those that are America First, MAGA, and these other Republicans. They're just rhinos. They're part of the Democrat. It's the uniparty.
Correct.
So,
I agree with you. But the reason I say it is because I work the Republican Party and as a member of the Republican. But I
understand that, but you gotta just be careful with that sometimes because it'll rub people the wrong way.
Okay, I agree with you, and I'll watch it. But one of the things I always say is because in the Republican Party, I haven't seen this since 1980 and 1984, where Latin Americans were voting Republican and proud of it. African Americans, Native Americans. So a lot of the minority groups, a lot of the working class people, the guys with calluses on their hands are voting conservative. The rich people have migrated to the other side. And so I think that the right has become the right of the working class people. And I haven't seen that since 1984, 1980.
I will agree with that. And I'll add to the fact that these folks, you know, they voted in 1980, 1984. Who they vote for? They voted for Reagan. These people that voted now, the Hispanics, the blacks, all the demographics, they didn't vote for the John McCain Republican Party. They didn't vote for the Mitt Romneys and your John Boltons and your Condoleezza Rice. They didn't vote for that Republican. They voted Trump. They voted MAGA.
And they're kicking out the John Boltons and the Dick Cheneys.
Correct. That's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one of my posts I put on Facebook. I said, just wait until I said, some of you Republicans are going to be really surprised when some of your favorite Republicans are going to be exposed for their corruption. And that's happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what they call it I can't remember what they call it, a changing of the color or
changing of the guard.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. We as a people, we are witnessing the destruction of the old guard. Mm-hmm. And when I say the old guard, I'm referring to the deep state globalist agenda. The New World Order, it's not going to happen.
Right, yeah. I'm confident in that, yeah.
Because remember Barack Obama, there used to be worship, idol worship. We're ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, so we're hip to that scene.
Yep.
And we used to tell everybody, hey, they worship Barack Obama. You guys worship his every word. You don't even know he's the most terrible speaker in the planet. He's a very good teleprompter reader. No, he's the next coming of God. He's the greatest speaker. Guy couldn't put a sentence together. He had to read everything off the teleprompter. Mm-hmm. And if now he goes out there and he's being exposed that this guy he can't say anything. The young African-American men do not like what he's saying out there.
Right.
He's insulting. Yeah. So there is a changing of the guard. There's a realignment happening. And so it's not a Republican Party Democrat thing. It's just a realignment of all people with a certain value. For example, let's talk about the Republicans and the Democrats. Traditionally, the Democrat Party had been the party of peace, the hippies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
On the right now, we have the hippies.
Mm-hmm.
They're advocating for war, but in the Republican Party, we get it both. There's the neocons that do advocate for war, and so there's a struggle within there's a struggle.
I saw a comment. I can't remember who put it up or said something about if war is now, Trump can't be removed as president. Okay, so I just want to piggyback on that real quick. If the deep state, one thing that they're trying to do is they are trying to create World War III.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They're trying to do that before Trump is inaugurated. Why would they do that? It falls in line with what who was it that said it? Rebecca said it. But look at it in the opposite way. If they can start a war before Trump gets inaugurated, then they think that they won't be able to, that Biden will not be removed. Because if he, and here's a reason. Think about this. I mean, I'm telling you, once you start paying attention to stuff, it's like, wow.
Yep.
Remember back in 2020 during the campaign season, the Democrats were screaming that, oh, if Trump wins, we're going to have to drag him out of the White House.
Yep.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
They were projecting what they want to do. So if they can create a war and have martial law called or whatever, now it'll be Biden is the one that doesn't want to leave office, and he will have to be dragged out.
See, that's the scary thing. If Israel were to invade Syria, and that would force Iran to get involved, that's what I'm saying. It could trigger a World War III event.
This is why, but see, yeah, you're right. It could, but as far as this plan has gone so far and what it has accomplished so far, let's just say the White Hats have counter moves. They know what the deep state's wanting to do, and they do have counter moves in place. That's it. So they're going to push it. They're going to push as hard as they can to create it, but and it may look like it's happening, but no, we're not going to have a World War III.
Okay. I have a question. When you mentioned about the Obama stuff, right? That he was making moves that was actually helping ISIS rather than us, and that's why they were able to grow, right?
Right.
Why was he not like stopped in terms of like the generals saying, no, we're not going to do this because that's not in our best interests? If you do believe that white hats are military.
All right. So this is what I have found in my research. And again, I wish I could verify it for you. But from what I understand, the military, the good military of the Republic of the United States, they did want to go in 2012 and take Obama out, remove him from office. They wanted to go do that. But there were a lot of discussions, and one of the persons involved in that discussion was Donald Trump, even back in 2012. Go back and look at some of his tweets that he was tweeting in 2011 and 2012 and 2013. And they realized that if they did that, when you go to take on the deep state directly, when you go after them directly, like Kennedy did, what happens? He got shot.
Right.
Lincoln went at the deep state directly. He got shot. Reagan, same thing. So they knew that they would have to take the long road on this. And so that's why he wasn't removed then, because they were collecting all the evidence and they had to wake the people up. This plan's been in place for quite some time now. And once you look back and make all the connections and everything, you can see it clear as day. And so that's why we have your Daniel Penny thing right now. That's why you have the Luigi shooter and stuff. There's other agendas involved in those stories, but it's another agenda is a distraction from what's going on in Syria. They don't want the people learning the truth about what's really going on there.
Right. And it's all connected because even the Luigi thing had deep state all over it.
Correct.
And even to go deep to stuff, if you look at the map of the Golan Heights in Syria and the Israel border, and you go down southwest about 50 to 75 miles, I don't know, maybe I'm less, could be about 25 miles, you hit a town, a kibbutz called Megiddo. That's some scary shit right there, man.
Well, if you want to I saw a thing where it said that the Israelis took over Mount Hermon. And this is apparent. Okay, this is out there. I know it sounds out there. I have a hard time believing it. But Mount Hermon is said to be the place where the fallen angels came to first.
Wow. In northern Israel?
Yeah. The fallen angels, that's where they came to first, was Mount Hermon. That's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Oh, you're gonna have
Yeah.
to send me that.
And the rabbit hole
want to learn about that.
of the war right there, I mean, heating up the conflict in the area so close to Megiddo, which all the religious fanatics of the planet claim that Armageddon is going to be fought at, you know?
Yeah, and why do they say that? Because it's said in the Bible. This is why I swear a lot of the Bible is just the deep state laying out their plan, and they wanted people to believe it. They put religious aspects to it.
Really quickly, Jesse, can you explain what that is? Like, what does that mean? What you just said?
No, what I'm saying, if you look at a map right now of the Golan Heights, Syria border with Israel, and if you just go down a little bit on the map, you'll see Megiddo. And in Revelations, Megiddo is the place called Armageddon, that we call Armageddon. The final battle between good and evil in Revelations. That's what a lot of religious fundamentals claim was going to be the war that ends all wars, Armageddon, shortly before the coming of Christ.
Oh, okay. I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
As a JW, you never heard that?
Never heard that before. No.
Yeah, yeah.
That was fundamental to the Jehovah's Witness, or the War of Armageddon. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. Nope, I've never heard that before, and that's why I asked you to explain it, because I'm like, I've never heard that before.
Hey, this is completely off topic, but this is a rabbit hole I need to go down because I don't know. But have you heard where people have said that the United States is actually ancient Israel?
I saw that, and that there was like some pyramids in America as well, that they found a lot of ancient, like, Egyptian stuff.
Yeah,
but I think
the Grand Canyon.
Right, that there was some theory about, but I didn't dive into that theory, but I saw it.
I never heard of
I haven't dived into that one yet either, but I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah. But doesn't that also kind of fall in line with that theory that all of the countries actually connect together? I forgot what it was called.
Pangea?
Yes, that we were all actually connected at one point, and that we broke
that was
apart.
prehistoric. That was prehistoric. Pangea would be before the flood.
Yeah.
Jimmy's talking about in 4,000, 5,000 years ago, that the roots of Israel, that the nation of Israel. So that would be after the fall of 70 Common Era? Or you haven't studied that?
I'm thinking it goes back further than that.
Okay. Wow. To the time of the... Okay. Wow.
Yeah. It's that I told John the other day, I said, John, have you heard this? I said, this is very interesting. I might have to look and see what they're talking about here, because that's one rabbit. And there's people that have done videos about it and talked about it.
Right. I just haven't seen it because
I haven't dug on it though, because I'm like, oh man, come on, are you serious? What?
Yeah, and that they have found things and then sent it over there, trying to make it look like it was found in Egypt, where we know Egypt is, and it actually came from America or something.
Yeah. The only thing I've heard is the theory of the Black Israelites. Is that what they call themselves?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I've heard, but not that in America was it. Yeah, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, the Sky said, I heard that U.S. is Egypt. Yeah, basically the whole area of what we call the U.S. now, they're saying was Egypt, Israel, all that. Yeah.
Now, look what John Marciano says. Maybe the Book of Mormon.
John Marciano, he said Book of Mormon.
I don't know about that. I don't know what it says. But and there was one video I remember the guy was talking about all these different names, all these towns in America that have biblical names to them.
Yeah, like Nineveh. Like Nineveh?
Like Nineveh. There's 7 states that have the city of Nineveh in their name.
Weird, right?
Yeah. And what really gets me though is the artifacts that they have found at the Grand Canyon. That's interesting. That's interesting. And then if here we go. This is what happens when you smoke pot and you start thinking about it. But they did say that giants existed in the lands of Canaan, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the North American continent was Egypt, Israel, and all that, haven't they found a lot of mounds in especially Pennsylvania, gigantic mounds, and they found skulls and bones of giants in North America?
Something like that. But
I mean, that's been, I mean, there's newspaper articles all over the 1800s
right.
saying the giant skeletons were found, and I think we talked about this briefly before, and then the Smithsonian gets involved and covers it all up.
Right, exactly. That's
And then
the theory.
even Abraham Lincoln talked about it in one of his speeches.
Yeah. So so have we found these mounds over in Israel and Egypt? Did they have those mounds over there? I don't know. But they had them here.
But okay, hold on. So you said like 1800s, right? So wasn't the whole purpose of the flood was to get rid of the giants?
Yeah, but it didn't get. If you look in the scripture, well, I don't even know what scripture it is. It's like right before the flood. It says the Nephilim existed before and basically after the flood.
And after.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Because let's say, think, and people think this: if giants existed after the flood, that would mean that one of the three women, Noah, was human.
Right.
The DNA was affected by one of the daughter-in-laws.
Yeah.
So she would still be carrying that blood into the new world.
I mean, if you look who was it? The 12 spies, Jacob, or not? Or was it Jacob? No, hold on.
So, Joshua and
Joshua and the other dude. They went to the land of Canaan to search it out and everything, and they came back with the report and said, "These people make us look like ants, so to speak." Isn't it how it goes? Somewhere in there, something to that effect. So they and then of course you had Goliath was 9 freaking feet tall.
Right.
You know, so yeah, giants. I believe the giants. Yeah, they existed. Bible says so. If you want to believe it.
Okay, but I thought the whole purpose was to eradicate the Nephilim line. So
That's what we were told.
Oh.
But if you read the scripture, the scripture is that mankind had become corrupted. We had become corrupted.
Right.
So evidently, if the story is true, that that they were the last surviving 8 family members of the human race. Evidently, if the giants survived, they could have come from one of Noah's daughter-in-laws. That means the Nephilim blood had already been in our DNA.
Okay. So, okay, hold on. Yeah, sorry guys, my head is breaking right now because that concept is being shattered right now.
While you think about it, can somebody find that scripture real quick?
Yeah, because
that says that the Nephilim existed before and after the flood. Because if I go searching for it, I'm gonna get cut off.
It's clear. Yeah, let me find it.
Okay, so while somebody looks that up and can tell me, I'll look it up as well. But you see, CJ Hacker commented, "The Lord flooded the world because of the wickedness of man," and I know that, right? Like I agree with that, right? But for some reason,
Genesis 6:4.
Okay.
According to the Bible, the Nephilim existed in those days and also after that.
Yeah.
Meaning they were present before and after the great flood, as stated in Genesis 6:4.
Okay, hold on, let me see.
But see, now the timeline, this is where you go deeper. The timeline, does it go back further than what we were told? Because you have the story of Gilgamesh that talked about the great flood, and there is ancient writings in different nations. Your Sumerian text, your Babylonian text, your Chinese text, they also too talk about a great flood before the one mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, look, it says the Nephilim were in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. So they contaminated our DNA.
Yep.
Let's say God says, let us make man in our image. So we are Homo sapiens. So we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened in the days of Adam. We don't know. But we do know that something happened, God, if he was talking to Jesus or who, but he said, let us make man in our image. We are the Homo sapiens. That's our race. We're Homo sapiens. But the children of God, the angels, had sex with our moms before Noah, and it contaminated our bloodline.
Yep.
It had to have been eradicated by the blood. But since in the human nature, it was already in our DNA. So there was giants being born after the flood.
And that's why the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds will blatantly tell you that their bloodline goes all the way back to Babylon and Nimrod.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
But those are all debates. Those are all debates we're having. We don't know because
they've actually said it. The Rothschilds have admitted. They've admitted
the bloodline of the giants. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah. They've admitted that their bloodline goes all the way back to Nimrod and Babylon.
Okay. I'm sorry. I meant that the giants, the Nephilim.
Right.
The debate is how did the giants continue? We don't know. We weren't there. We don't have TiVo. We didn't film it. All we have is those few words.
But I tell you, another thing that gets me is when I look at some of this these conversations are always fun. We go all over the place. It's great.
God.
I love it. But some of these buildings, and you look at the doors on some of these ancient buildings, and these doors are like, what, 30, 40 feet tall?
Right.
Who are they for?
Stop. Oh my God.
But it's in everything. It's in everything.
Yeah.
Jack and the Giant Beanstalk and the Beanstalk. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Irishman.
Yeah.
So the stories are replete. Our history is replete with giants.
Chill. I'm choking on this pill. This guy said Ruby just took a pill. Nah, I just choked on it because you're blowing my mind right now, bro. I would have fought the argument that they died in the flood. That's it. They were eradicated. Nobody survived the flood except Noah and his family. Like, what are you saying right now?
But what if one of those daughter-in-laws? What if her great-grandfather was a procreator? Was a son of God? That means in her DNA, let's say she had 10% of that blood.
Yeah.
That means that blood had been corrupted and they took it to after the flood. After the flood, that there was an offspring of giants.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying that it could have so you're saying that one of those babies could have genetically, like the gene could have activated after the flood.
Correct.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you get a black woman, and she says, I'm an American and I'm a slave and I want reparations. And she gets her blood checked out and it finds out that her great-great-great-grandpa is Thomas Jefferson.
Right, exactly.
But she's black. How could her great-great-great-grandpa be a white guy? That means
Sally.
that it's in the blood. It's in the bloodline.
Right. Okay.
So that means that blood of the giants was in the human. We have been contaminated. The Homo sapien race.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but everybody did die in the flood, right? Like,
yes.
I don't want to confuse
yes,
that.
but not the genes of the 8 people.
Okay. All right. Now I'm a little bit better because I thought some giants survived.
Flood. You thought they were holding onto the boat, huh?
Something, because I was like, nah, chill. Everybody died. What are you talking about?
So what if they were 1 mile tall?
now I'm questioning everything.
Have you ever looked at some of these mountains? I've seen these too. Looked at these mountain ranges that have faces in them. They look like, giant people.
There's
and
so many stuff like that, or that handprint or footprint that they've been showing. That's how like giants have existed because it's literally in the stone.
Yeah, those are crazy. So. Could that be an after effect from the flood? And that was their dead body and it became a mountain range.
Wow. Gigi entered the chat. Hi, Gigi. Go ahead.
Hey, you guys are crazy Bible conspiracy theorists. Damn. Let me go back and let me just go back a little further, because Jesse and I have talked about this, and we've talked about it on our channel too many times, and you're already freaking out. Forget the giants. Do you remember when Adam and Eve hid because they were naked? You see, they didn't hide because they were naked per se. They hid for, there's a theory out there. You know why they hid? It's real simple. When you look at the Bible story of Jesus, when he pulls John and he pulls Peter, and then he does the transfiguration, where Moses is on his left and Elijah's on his right, and their spirits, they're shining light. They're like illuminated ghosts. Remember that story?
Yeah.
So what happens is there's a lot of people that believe that when Jesus talks about let your light shine, when a sperm and an egg fertilize, there's a spark of life. So Adam and Eve emitted light. See, Adam and Eve were bearing light. So if there were people on earth when Adam and Eve were here, they weren't light shiners. They weren't light bearers.
Correct.
So like say, for example, if you have a torch, a fire, and you go to a dog or a lion or any other animal, what happens? They have a healthy respect and they stand back. So when Adam and Eve were told to dominate the earth, all of the animals would see these light bearers. You see, and so when Adam and Eve ate and they got the jabby yabby and they took the COVID thing, they all, Adam and Eve, they took the jabby, and look what happened to them. They stopped emitting light, and then when they saw that they weren't emitting light, they were naked, and they ran into the bushes and hid. See, so their nakedness was not that they were naked like you and I think. They were naked because they knew something was wrong. There's no more energy coming out of their body. Just like in the with the transfiguration that's just a theory, and that's just people. But why does the Bible always talk about shining your light? Jesus talks about, he's always talking about the light.
Right.
And the angels are always they always come across as light bearers. See, and humans were supposed to be that way too. So we think that these giants were something else. No, they were an inferior life form because the giants did not illuminate light.
Correct.
Yeah, they had forfeited they got fired, like Donald Trump. You're fired. You're fired. They got fired from their job, and for whatever reason. But yeah, you never heard of that before, have you?
I have not heard it, but I saw it being represented in the movie Noah with Russell Crowe, because I saw that recently. And it showed Adam and Eve as the glowing lights that you speak of. That's why I'm like semi-shocked that you brought it up. But let me ask you this. So you're saying after the fall, after they ate, they lost that light, right? And they were hiding themselves. Not because they disobeyed or that they were ashamed, right? Because that's how they told us that Adam and Eve were ashamed, and that's why they were hiding themselves, right? So you're saying that after they lost that energy, they were also like prey, right? Like because the animals could attack them now, right?
I guess in a sense,
yeah, because even Cain talked about being prey, where like after he killed his brother. He was, if you read the story about Cain, he was like, they're going to come after and kill me. We're like, hold on a minute. Who's going to kill you? I thought there was only 3 or 4 of you guys. So evidently there was.
Yeah, when I went down this rabbit hole, that is one of the things that I remember as a Jehovah's Witness growing up. And, Cain gets sent off and they say he took one of his sisters or whatever. But he mentioned that, he was scared because of other people of the land. Correct? Didn't he say that? Who were these other people?
Nah, chill. If somebody could put a scripture, I need to read that because I've never heard of that.
Yeah, where Cain mentions that he was afraid to go out because he would be killed or something like that. Can somebody find that?
Oh my God, what a night.
It's right here. It's on Genesis 4. Genesis 5.
Okay.
No, Genesis 4:15. Genesis 4:15, and I'll put it right there in the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up as well because I gotta see that. I'm gonna have to read my Bible all over again because.
And he went to the east of Eden, and Jesse and I went west of Eden. Yeah.
All right. So where's that scripture?
Genesis
4:15.
Okay, where is it? And the Lord said unto him, therefore, whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. Okay, I know about the mark.
And verse 14, the one before, it says that he would be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. So why does a whole bunch of people want to kill Cain? I'm like, hold on.
Who are these bunch of people?
Mm-hmm. Well, this is my theory, and this is just my theory. My understanding of scripture.
Poor Ruby. Look at Ruby.
Is that God created us, Homo sapiens, created us. We are a body, a soul, and a spirit. He said, let us create man in our image. I believe that there might have been other men that were after Cain, but they weren't ours. They weren't of our fold. They weren't humans with a soul. Evidently, we are special kind of people. We are so special that God sent his only begotten son, that whoever shall exercise faith in him shall not perish. We, the Homo sapiens, the human beings, God created man, Adam. He created Adam, and from him we come. What we're seeing in the scripture is there was other people in the planet, like Jimmy says. There's other people that maybe they weren't man, maybe they were Homo erectus, but maybe they weren't Homo sapien.
Here's one for you. The Garden of Eden was a laboratory. It was a laboratory, and the Anunnaki created Adam and Eve, had them in their little laboratory, and there were other people outside the laboratory.
Well, Becky, I like what Becky says. She says the Bible says Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters. Is it possible that those were just other family members?
But read that scripture again, though. Go back to that scripture and read that scripture.
Genesis 4:14.
Yeah, read it again. This is fun.
But the Lord said to him, not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him.
All right, so it says no one who found him.
No one who found him.
If he had brothers and sisters from that, they wouldn't need to find him because they know who he was.
Yeah, read 14.
Verse 14 says, behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me.
Everyone that findeth me. That's not just talking about his little brothers and sisters.
No way. No way.
And God was talking to somebody.
Have you read the book of Enoch, Ruby?
Listen, don't start because
I'm telling you.
No. Okay, I know of the book of Enoch. I know that it describes different levels of heaven or something. There was like an Instagram reel that I was watching. But I asked my Orthodox friends, like, why isn't this in the Bible? Number one. Number two, they said, oh, like you have to read that with a priest so that you can actually understand, I guess, like correctly or the right way, so that you don't, like, you can't interpret it yourself or something like that.
Hold on. That comment right there. That's the same thing that Jehovah's Witnesses say to their Bible studies.
Okay. Right. Okay. I understand. I respect that, right? I get it.
Okay.
But I didn't take it so much as a red flag like that, was because the book of Enoch, they did tell me, is like revelation. It's very hard to understand, and it's very visionary, and it's all over the place, right? So I know that they're gonna tell me that because I'm an inquirer, right? I'm a brand new person, and I get it, I understand it. But in the back of my head, I was like, I'm reading Enoch by myself. I'm gonna read it.
The way they described that to you, that it was visionary and all over the place, it didn't make sense, it sounded like Revelation. I didn't get that vibe when I read it at all.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they probably said it just as like that's the correct thing to say to an inquirer. So I understand where they were coming from.
Yeah,
like,
I get that.
Well, you're probably gonna need somebody to sit with you to read that because it's very heavy. It might be too heavy for level 1 inquirer to start reading the Book of Enoch. So I understand why they said that. But at the same time, when I started realizing what the Book of Enoch, what that is, like all of that, and then like I told you, I saw that movie Noah. You're gonna have to see that movie. If you haven't seen it, you have to see it because it rocked me. The Watchers and like those fallen angels that came. I was like, what the? I have never seen that or heard about that. Like,
Well, who do you think the angels were that came down to like mate with the women?
well, I thought they took human bodies, like human forms.
Yeah, they were the Watchers. They were the Watchers.
They were the Watchers. You know what the funny thing is? That how old are you, Ruby?
28.
28. When I was 5 or 6 years old, we were learning this in the Jehovah's Witnesses. When we were 5 or 6 years old. No, I'm serious. So the world has changed a lot. Like in the 60s and 70s and 50s, the things that we used to learn about, I mean, it was scary. Remember that book From Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained? They were showing the streets open and the Battle of Armageddon. So now they shelter the Jehovah's Witnesses a lot. They must teach. But back then, they were teaching everything. And us kids that were in the organization back then, you know, I didn't stop having nightmares about Armageddon until I hit about 50. I still used to have Yeah.
They drive that fear inside you. Yeah, I totally believe. This is why I say everything has been a lie. Everything.
Now, I understand what Jimmy said about the experiment, but let me just build on that. The only reason I think different is because in Genesis 1:29 says, and God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, every tree. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and every fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. So for Adam and Eve, for us the humans, I'm not thinking about the angels or the Nephilim or the UFOs, just us, the human beings. God made the earth for us. The oil, the Pennzoil, the lithium ion, the gold, the silver, everything is for us.
Gigi, reread that part where it says replenish.
Okay. It says 28. I'll start on 28. 128. 27. So God created man in his own image. The image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth.
Okay, right there. If they were the first people on the earth, why do they need to replenish it?
Don't. It was already.
Well, the garden was, but not the rest of the world, right?
Well, let me read on. It says, replenish and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth.
Yeah, I get that. But my whole thinking is, why would it need to be replenished? Replenished means putting it back the way.
Right.
Yeah. So why did it need to be replenished?
That's a good question. Oh my God.
That's probably good to go to the original language.
Right, the original, the word that was used for that in Greek or Hebrew.
That's a good idea. That's a good place to start to dig on that.
That's a good. What does replenish mean? Because we see replenish as recycling. We took from the earth, let's put back. Like if there was Democrats in the Garden of Eden, you know, they were recycling and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think Adam and Eve were the first people here. They might have been the first humans.
Not chill.
Hey.
There's a reason we call it prehistoric. For some reason, me and Gilbert always talk about, for some reason, God, in all his infinite wisdom, has found it necessary to, there was a calamity. The Native Americans talk about, all the people that talk, something happened in our past that God said, time out, everybody out, I'm going to flood this place out. Something happened. It must have been so horrific. The crossing of the human DNA. I mean, like, you know what a centaur is?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you could go back to the prehistoric times? The things you saw were happening. They were messing with the DNA. It had been so evil.
And what did they do in 2020, 21, 22, 23? What have they been messing with?
The mRNA vaccines that change your DNA.
And doesn't that fit the pattern of what happened a long time ago?
Yeah, it leads to a lot of problems.
But that's demonic, though.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's not godly.
That's why we say we've been fighting a war of good versus evil right now.
Yeah, and the war of Megiddo.
Poor Ruby.
The war of evil and good. Good and evil.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm asleep tonight.
That's why a lot of this stuff that we see in the news right now, that's why I'm just like, yeah, whatever. This is just a distraction from the bigger shit that's going on in this world.
Right.
Because they don't want people having these types of conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when we were Jehovah's Witness, we were never allowed to talk. They would put a kibosh on it.
A Bible Hub doesn't have the word replenish on the internet.
What does it use?
What's it use?
It doesn't. It just says be and multiply, be fruitful. That's it.
I was reading King James Version. So the question was, why would the King James Version put replenish in it? Why?
Hold on. I need to get my Orthodox Study Bible. I'll be right back because I'm highly interested in what it says. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, that stuck out like a sore thumb to Jimmy. Jimmy caught that word like a. Yeah, you heard replenish and it came out, popped on your head, huh?
Uh-huh.
I just read it like nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, why would it need to be replenished? Was it destroyed before?
Yeah. So she has a Greek Orthodox Bible. Now, a lot of people think that a lot of the debate is that there could have been man, and Adam was the first Homo sapien of our genre. What does yours say? Was it Genesis 1:27?
Okay.
28 or something like that.
Genesis chapter 1, you said?
Yeah.
Man, I gotta be at work I gotta be at my first appointment at 9:00 in the morning. But damn, this is it's always a late night on a Tuesday because I get all excited because I never get to talk about this stuff with anybody else.
Okay. So 27 says, so God made man in the image of God. He made him male and female. He made them. Verse 28. Then God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of heaven, and over every living thing that moves on the earth.
All right. What's the definition of subdue?
Subdue, domain.
The Amplified Bible would say it's to subjugate and to put it under your power.
So okay. God made man ruler of the earth.
Mm-hmm. You don't bring under your control. Yeah.
Remember the stupid Jehovah's Witnesses? They have that magazine that says that man cannot govern. But here it's clearly that it does. We have the right to govern. God gave us the earth.
Does anybody have any? Can we just go? I wish I need another phone when we have these conversations.
And I need another monitor.
Go ahead. I'll look it up.
Just a basic definition of subdue and see what other definitions they have with it.
Okay. Subdue. It says overcome, quieten, or bring under control a feeling or person.
Okay.
Bring a country or people under control by force.
Okay.
Government.
That's what they have.
The definition of government is force.
Other Bible translations use the word subjugate.
Subjugate, more than force.
Okay, the verb subdue has several meanings. One, to conquer, bring into subjection, to overpower by superior force, to bring under mental or emotional control, to repress feelings or impulses, to bring land under cultivation.
See, that's why I don't believe in UFOs. This is why I don't believe in UFOs, because I believe that God has given the human beings, the Homo sapiens, dominion over the earth. So I believe there's life outside of Earth. Of course I do. I'm not, but for some reason, they're not allowed on our planet. They're not allowed here. This is the dominion of the humans. This is what God has given. It's our planet. Now, we could blow it up and do all kinds of stupid, retarded things to it, but they're not allowed to come in here. Now, do you remember in COVID, everybody covered their mouth because if you sneezed, you got some kind of bacteria or virus? Yep. Imagine if a Martian comes to Earth or a UFO. All we have to do is fart around him and we'll infect them and they'll all die.
Yeah. In theory, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or they'll do the same thing to us. Can you imagine one of the Martian farts? Can you imagine how many COVID viruses it carries?
Are the folks in the chat having fun tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, they said that it's so fascinating, and that's why I'm on probation. Yup.
Where else? Where else can you go and learn about Martian farts? I mean, nowhere.
No, yeah, I need to have my Bible next to me because that's very interesting.
You know what? We were all secular until Gilbert got here.
That's true. That's true. But that's because he's GB, right?
Oh,
he's the new GB.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He's the Pope of Jehovah.
Ooh.
Oh Jesus.
Ooh.
Pope
Yeah,
mischievous.
we have gone from Khazarian mafia to giants to North America being Egypt and Israel and hieroglyphics being found in the Grand Canyon. I love this shit.
John's gonna be jealous.
Poor Ruby looks like her brain's about ready to explode right now.
Yeah, we better call it quits. Better.
I've never heard. Do you see? That's what gets me upset. I've never heard about this, and like Jesse said, you guys, it's almost like common knowledge between JWs, and I feel like I was even less than of a JW than I thought I was because I thought I knew everything.
It shows how much that religion has changed.
It shows you how much mind control they have over people.
Now, yes.
That's more accurate.
In generational, you'll see it. Different generations talking, go, what? We used to talk about this, all the things that were going to happen during Armageddon. The sea rising, and they used to scare 5-year-olds,
So no offense to anybody, but let's look at the playbook here. Can we actually say that Watchtower has dumbed down their congregates as generations have gone along? Can we agree to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Has the media and public education dumbed down the people over generational time?
Yeah.
Yep.
Same playbook.
Yeah. Same playbook.
But that's scary. No, for real, because that makes me think of what I thought Armageddon is not real, even the real Armageddon.
Right. Okay, so let me throw this one out to you.
Okay.
And then we're going to have to, I guess I'm going to get off here soon. Yeah, I'm down to 29%. I don't know about this one yet. This is another rabbit hole that I'm kind of interested in. And I think we might have briefly mentioned it before. But there are people out there that believe that the 1,000-year reign has already come and gone. And we are living in the time where Satan was let loose for a little while to test the nations.
Yeah, I thought about that. I don't believe this, but I thought about that a lot. Yeah. Yeah,
and there's some other that touch what yours, because we did go through a period about 1,000 years after Christ died, around 1,000 years after Christ died, what we know in Western civilization as the Dark Ages, before the
Enlightenment,
before the Renaissance. So the Renaissance is Latin for rebirth, a regeneration, Renaissance. So something happened about 1056 where civilization as we know it, the first 1,000 years ended. Something happened in 1056, and Alexandria fell into the sea. The Library of Alexandria went
Burned
underwater.
down.
Everything, all the books, everything was destroyed around that time. So there's a lot of historical references for what Jimmy just said.
And what gets me though on that is when you go and look into the Tartarian Empire and you look at the architecture of these buildings, and they weren't just in Europe, in the Asian Pacific area, they were worldwide. And it's like, how did these buildings, where did they come from? Who built them? That's very interesting to me. And then finding out that a lot of these places that we call cathedrals and churches, they weren't actually designed for that. They were actually power plants to catch the ether to give us free energy. So that maybe, I'm speculating, we've had free energy on this planet before, and it's been hidden from us. And was that free energy utilized during this 1,000-year reign?
Right.
Just a question. I don't know.
I'm going to show you this screenshot that I took because I was interested in that as well. I'm going to see if I can actually share it. Let me see. Oh, right here. My entire screen. Okay, you should see my entire screen. Do you see this picture that I'm pulling up? Can you guys see this?
A little bit. Yeah.
Oh, what the heck just happened? Okay, hold on. I just had it. Okay, here we go.
Hey, let me read this.
Mm-hmm.
If you're referring to a significant end of civilization around 1,000 years ago, most historians would point to the late Bronze Age collapse, which occurred in the Mediterranean region around 12th century, impacting civilizations like the Hittites, the Greeks, and the Minoans, with many scholars citing 1177 BC as a key marker for this societal breakdown. But I was thinking of one, I was looking one after that. So there was one called around the Bronze Age, but I was thinking of one after 1,000 years after Christ. And then it led to the Western civilization's Renaissance. So I'm going to have to look into that.
Yeah, see, I believe our timeline has been hijacked and we are not in the year 2024. I believe that they've messed with our timeline.
Okay, this is what Shaq says. That's the millennial view of Revelation, which is number 4 in this picture. So if you can see that comparison of Christian millennial teachings. So I think JWs would be considered number 1. And then that's why I was talking to the Orthodox friends, because they believe number 4, which is a millennialism. That we are just waiting for the second coming, that we are in that since the crucifixion till the symbolic millennium where it says there, and then what we're waiting for is the second coming.
See, and I don't know why, and it might just be me, but for me personally, I look at all the evil on this planet today. And can we say that the evil on the planet that we have right now is more than what it was 300-400 years ago? Yes, we've got more people on the planet, but just the depravity that we have is just astonishing to me. So I'm not saying that I believe that we have already had the 1,000-year reign and that we're living in that short period of time, but damn, sometimes it feels like it.
Yeah, like some people say that we are already in hell. We're trying to get out of it, and that's the like the pillars of faith is good works, is I think like prayer. Yeah, there was like a whole thing to it that we're actually doing that with the homeschooling stuff. We're learning about that, and I was like, I could see that, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what we're seeing. We're seeing so much abuse, corruption. There, like everything that we've ever talked about. And I'm like, well, why would God allow this? right? Because they say that only God allows Satan to continue to exist. He didn't evaporate him, right? So there's a point to be proven, and it's gonna be proven soon. But like, dang, you know, like we have to witness that. We have to go through that to then see the, you know, like the other side of it, or paradise, what paradise is.
Yeah, yeah, it's a hard one to wrap your brain around, but I just look back and I look, you know, if you look in the Tartarian Empire and what happened with that and what good things came from that, and man, it sounds like, you know, a place that I'd love to live under. You know, what was that the 1,000-year reign? I don't know, but I'm telling you, when that one scripture says that, you know, after Satan was let loose again, people would follow him and it would number into the sands of the sea. And the only thing I can think about is that's a lot of damn people. And we see a lot of damn people, you know, falling for this crap.
Right. Or that history keeps repeating itself, right? I don't know if this is true or okay, a theory. History always repeats itself, right? Just like how the flood was Armageddon for Noah's times, we're going to have our own Armageddon. And then after that Armageddon, we will be led into that paradise, right? Like that peace, we're going to be restored and etc., right? What if that keeps happening over and over and over and over and over again? How do we know when it stops?
That's exactly what I was going to tell you. And that's why I posted, because when I was on Bible Hub, the reference was to that Romans text that I put on the chat. And Jesse knows that I always quote this, and it's actually on my, I quote at the very top of my voting ballot, and it says, accept your birthright. The moment that you just accept the fact, what Romans says, that the creation waits in eager expectation for the revelation of the sons of God. For the creation was subjected to futility, not by its own will, but because of the one who subjected it. And then it goes on to say, in hopes that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to decay and brought into the glorious freedom of the children of God. So you come to realize that you're a slave. You are a slave. You're a slave to this world. You know, we're rats in a wheel.
Yep.
And what he's saying here is we got to get out of that. And the only way out is to accept the birthright. And you're right. Every human being is living through their personal Armageddon. If you actually take the words of Jesus Christ in Revelation and don't apply it to nobody but yourself, it's like that same movie is being played over and over and over again in everybody's personal life. And so what you have here is a separation between people that really do want to be children of God and people that are just evil as shit. I like Dick Cheney. Excuse me.
But you know, we're right. We learned as Jehovah's Witnesses when we were studying about the book of the Judges, they would have a just judge, and for about 20 years, 30 years, it would go back into idolatry, and then they would turn back to God. Same thing with the United States. In the 1940s, 1930s, we became very leftist with Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and then we returned to loving the nation state under Eisenhower, and then we got away from it after they killed Kennedy, and then we got into hating the country with the Jane Fondas and everything. And look at Jimmy Carter. He was a laughing stock, and then they brought Reagan. The same thing with Biden. If you follow history, you know we're always repeating it. I lived through Jimmy Carter, and it reminds me of just like Joe Biden. Now, I'd rather have 10 Jimmy Carters than one Joe Biden, but it was the same way. It was the same way.
History may not repeat itself, but it definitely rhymes.
Yeah.
Like Groundhog's Day on the comment section. It's true.
Yeah.
It's like Groundhog's Day. Yeah.
But
and
if you look at the age thing, then you know you have the age of Pisces, and we're moving into the age of Aquarius. I think that's what we're moving into. I think it's the right one. We're moving into the age of Aquarius, which brings enlightenment, knowledge, consciousness to the human soul.
And you know what?
And I think that's why there's a lot of people waking up right now.
If you go to jw.org, good thing you brought that up, Jimmy. They really hit the Aquarius. They hit the three magi. And if you go to jw.org, they always do it every Christmas. You know, they're not the Jehovah's Witnesses always hit them. And one of the things, I don't know about you guys, always thought, but they taught us to hate astrology. And they say that the three wise men were really astrologers. They weren't kings and everything. And I always wondered this. And if you go to jw.org, they have a hit piece on the three, on everything about all the traditions of Christmas and Christianity. And they hit those three magi. But one thing I realized is, why would God allow his son, Jesus Christ, to accept the three kings if astrology was bad? You know, Mary and Joseph, I don't think they put up a resistance to the gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. They took it. It was good for the family to take that. And the Bible never condemns the three astrologers that came to worship. And if anything, the Watchtower messes it up. They say they came to pay obeisance to Jesus. No, they didn't. They came to worship Jesus. Watchtower is full of shit. I recommend everybody go read that.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're full of shit, man. I'm sorry, excuse my French. I hope I don't get you in trouble, Farrah.
I like what Shaq said. The Ruby Quinn channel takes place in a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Yo, for real. And I do too, because I feel like you guys break my head every single time we do something like this, because I'm like, I start so confident, right? I start off so confident. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna talk about this today, and I end up like, yo, what the hell?
So Ruby, let me circle back to what the show was supposed to be about today. Okay. So does the story of Daniel Penny and Syria and Luigi, does it really matter?
No, not really.
I mean, in the bigger scheme of things, I mean, there's a reason why all those things are taking place. But when you look at the big picture, these are just like little pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, but that's a scary puzzle, because I don't know what the picture's gonna look like after the last piece, and I don't want to find that out on my deathbed.
I tell you what, I'm enjoying putting it together. I have been. I've loved it.
Well, let me help answer.
Beautiful tree.
Let me help answer Jimmy's question, and I'll comment on John Marciano's last comment. And I know John loves us, but I'm gonna hit back on him, because he talks about, I don't trust the Bible too much, mythical stuff. Let's be scientific here. No. If something has survived thousands of years, doesn't mean you have to believe it. But when I quoted those Bible texts, it wasn't for me to try to baptize you or to convert you. I wasn't talking like that. It was keeping it simple, that we are in expectation of being the children of God. We want to know who the liars are. We want to know who the children are. We want to know who the wheat and the weeds are. You know, we want to know who the good and the bad are. So what I'm saying is, whether you're reading from the Bible or the Constitution or from any other book, I'm not trying to convert anybody. I'm just saying that there's wisdom is everywhere. And I don't just quote the Bible. I'll quote a song, or Jesse will quote a song. I'll quote a movie. Like, look at how many times have I showed that video clip? Never ever leave your wingman. See, there's wisdom everywhere. And so to go with Jimmy, and he says, do these things matter? Yes, they do matter, because these stories in the Bible and these stories about Jay-Z, Daniel, Luigi, it's going to happen to you one day. One day you're going to get invited to a party, and it's going to be a Diddy party. You know, and if you don't know, if you want to stick your head in the sand today, your ass is going to be in jail tomorrow. See, so these things do matter, because they protect us in the future. Same thing with Daniel Penny. You know,
I get that. I get the viewpoint where you're coming from, and I can't say that when I say that they don't matter, I'm like, in the bigger scheme of, I said it's just a little piece, but to see the media push it as this big thing of the day,
that's
not what it is.
Yeah.
So because there's bigger stuff, because there's truth in every lie. To make a good lie, you got to have some truth in it. And personally, that's what I feel about with the Bible. I believe that there's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of truth in it, but I do believe that it has been corrupted to fit an agenda that goes against man.
Now I will tell you about real last quick about Luigi and that guy, that murderer. Never, if you're going to commit a crime, don't take your cell phone, leave your credit card at home, and make sure you have gloves when you handle cash so your fingerprints are not on it. So, I mean, yeah. So this guy was an amateur. He wasn't a professional hitman. So,
I'm telling y'all what, when I saw the first video come out and I saw that, I was like, that shit looks staged. Looks staged.
Yeah.
Totally. Looks totally staged. Because you had the one lady over there that saw it and she like scurried away, but we ain't heard nothing from her. I mean, it's a psyop. It's a psyop.
Well,
in my opinion.
I don't think I didn't think it was a psyop. I just thought, how did he know he was going to be there at 6 a.m? He had been waiting for hours.
Yeah, what inside information did he have?
Who's going to give him that kind of information? Now I know when a guy is stalking a woman, he goes to great lengths, but this is stalking on steroids, and he didn't get caught. So he definitely had some insider information.
Oh yeah,
and it's in his cell phone, and it's in the text messages, and it's in his emails, and that stuff is not made public.
Yeah, more stuff's going to come out about this. It's going to be interesting to see what comes out. And then when I do my research on the sources I use, when I find something interesting, I'll share it with you guys.
But when I saw the actual assassination, I said, John Wick really exists, like the world of John Wick and assassins and like this whole underground world of, especially in New York City.
Yeah, it exists. Yeah.
Oh, okay, but it's a movie, right? Like, it's a good movie. He's a trained assassin, yada yada. I never really actually.
Why do they put movies out, Ruby?
Oh, I know you're gonna go there. But that was just like my first reaction, like, oh snap, John Wick really exists. And it's like an international thing of assassins, except Keanu's character John was just the best one out there, and he killed everybody in the movies, and I love that movie. So when I saw that guy, I said, no, there's got to be a John Wick.
Hey, I gotta go, my power's about to kill. It's gonna die.
Yeah, I'm at 18%, so I probably need to actually get to bed.
Okay. So last point. I do watch movies to understand what's happening in the real world.
Good.
So I just watched Constantine with Keanu Reeves. You got to see that movie.
I've hesitated watching that.
And I thought it was scary and it was a horror or whatever. But
I'll check it out.
Yes.
Hey, just real quick. Hey, Jimmy, this is going to go over Ruby's head, but I didn't think of John Wick, or I don't know what she's talking about. I've heard a little bit, but I first thought Charles Bronson. That ages me. That was a vigilante. The movie called Vigilante in the 1970s.
Yeah, Charles Bronson. Yeah, he was a good actor.
So I was thinking,
watch that movie and watch Noah with Emma Watson and Russell Crowe. It shows what Gigi was so. I'm gonna rewatch it as well because Gigi just punched me in the brain when he said that, because it shows Adam and Eve as the illumined figures, like all light.
I tell you what, it sucks when I see TV now because I pick up on things. I went in the other night and Crystal was watching a cooking show where they were like making cakes and doing like competitions and everything. And do you know what I saw on one of the cakes? The little circle thing that was the pedo symbol.
On a cooking show?
Yes. I saw it.
On TV?
Yes, on TV. It just looked, and I was like, baby, that's the pedo symbol. She's like, no, that's just got to be a coincidence. I'm like, you think? I mean, so there was, what was the other one? The theme was it was a Christmas setting, and one of the cakes above the fireplace, it had a pizza box.
Stop it.
No, dead serious. Dead freaking serious.
You're gonna have to send me the episode so I can look it up.
God, I'm gonna have to ask her, hey, which one were you watching? But it had the swirl on the cookie that looked like the pedo symbol, and the other one had the pizza box in a Christmas scene. Why was the pizza box in a Christmas scene?
Nah, chill. You're gonna have to send me that.
When I watch TV now, those are the things that I see.
Oh, I know.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Wow, guys. Wow, this was a great episode. I'm gonna have to I rewatch my own shows just so that I can get what you guys were saying, because it hits me so hard that I'm like in shock for like a second and I'm just like standing there. So I gotta rewatch everything and get over the initial shock of it, because this is the first time that I'm hearing a lot of things, and it makes me hate. I don't want to say I hate my mom. I don't want to use that word, but like it really makes me hate that despite the way I grew up with all that strictness and studying, I thought I knew my stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
I did so many years of studying, and how could something so simple like that bypass me when I've read this Bible a million times? You know what I'm saying? Like,
this is why people have got to understand. You need to learn. You need to unlearn everything you've been taught.
Unlearn what? Shit. Because every single time that I open up this Bible, I'm like, this is Chinese to me. How did I not see this before? Like, I felt like my whole existence wasted, because I should know this. I should know that.
Now think about, I mean, Ruby, you're 28. You're 28. I'm 51. I'm 51. And I just woke up to all this stuff within the last 6 years.
Yeah.
So imagine how folks my age feel when we're like, "What? The shuttle thing was a fraud. The moon landing was a fraud. Holy crap! Everything that I was taught has been a lie. The majority of everything I've been taught has been a lie. At least what the media's put out there."
Yeah, I feel bamboozled a lot of times, you know. And then
And that's why it's important for us to have these discussions, talk about these things, learn the truth about these things, so we can pass it on to the next generation.
Gigi says, we are jealous of you, Ruby. I wish I woke up in my teens. Yeah, I woke up relatively a few years ago too. Like I was, and like Jimmy just said, the next generation, you see, my kids are not going to have to wait until they're 28 to figure this stuff out. They're going to figure it out now when they're like 10 years old, so that this generation doesn't get bamboozled like us, or like they tried to do with me. But thankfully I woke up with enough time.
Yeah. And the hardest part for so many people out there is their ego gets in the way of being able to be vulnerable, like we've made ourselves in this situation by learning all this stuff. So so anybody that comes to argue with you or whatever, you know, that's usually, in my experience, that's what I have found. The ego gets in the way.
Yes, I love being a conspiracy theorist. I love it. I get so happy when I can do stuff like this, because it's like I don't have to follow a book or a script. I can speculate. I can use my brain, my imagination. I can imagine things. I can personalize a lot of things that is not paper and pen and paper. It's like you can open up your brain for once in your life, not a screen where you're watching something that is implementing an idea or thought process. Like, this is how you need to add up the numbers. No, where I'm adding it, dividing it, I'm doing whatever I want, and then coming out with something at the end, and I don't care no more.
Yep.
It's so much fun.
I love it. I love it. So,
oh man, guys, thank you so much.
Yeah, I need to get going.
Coming on. Oh, it's 1 a.m. and I'm excited. Like, I don't think I can sleep tonight. Yeah. I have a lot of energy. All right. Thank you, Jimmy.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me on, Ruby. We'll talk to you later.
Right. Bye, guys. I'll see you next Tuesday. Thank you to Gigi, Jesse, Jimmy, Diasiss. I would have never thought that I would speak to that guy. I have seen him. I have watched him from behind the scenes for so long in this community. Now all I need is John, XJW analyst. That would make my day. That's it. I could wrap it up. I don't care if I get a strike. I'm done. I've made it. I've made it in the XJW community.
Well,
oh my goodness.
I tell you what, working with John and Dee during the time of the roundtable was really awesome. I hate that certain things happened the way they did, but hey, it's part of growing and learning and everything like that. But what the work we did, I'm very proud of the work we did. And yeah, that's one of the highlights of my life, being able to do that. So, but now it's just, for me personally, that's why I went bigger. I mean, I got tired of Watchtower stuff, and I'm like, yeah, this goes bigger than Watchtower. And so that's why I chose this path.
Wow.
So thank you everyone in the chat for the kind comments. Really appreciate you guys.
Yes, thank you everybody. All right, I'm gonna end the stream. I will see you next Tuesday, and we're gonna pick up from where we left off, depending on what happens in the freaking news from this Tuesday to next Tuesday. Because I was like, yo, what the heck is going on? Jay-Z, Daniel Penny, Luigi, and Syria. And I'm like, Trump is not even president yet. I don't know if I'm going to make it to January.
Buckle up, Buttercup. More is coming.
Right? Like, what? All right, guys. I've been saying bye a million times. I'm so sorry. Good night, everybody. I'm gonna really end the show right now. Okay, bye.
Bye, y'all.
I'm a gun throwing patriot, God-fearing patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun throwing patriot, God-fearing patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it.
All red MAGA flags waving through the South like we just want 4 more years. Democrats can't get right. Trumping with that Yeezy flow. Don't go broke on Sleepy Joe. Make America great again.